nights on WENR, I think, when they were sharing the frequency with WLS. And we would race through dinner. We would rush through dinner to get home to listen to the Lone Ranger, so we could get in the living room, get on the floor and listen to the Lone Ranger at 6:30. And by the time that show was over at 7 o'clock, there was a layer of dust an inch thick across the living room carpeting, you know? Oh, boy, those were the days. You know, there's an interesting story about the Lone Ranger. Way back when I was a kid, I heard a terrible story going around the neighborhood that the Lone Ranger was dead. And we couldn't figure out how the Lone Ranger could be dead. The Lone Ranger, well, what happened? The newspapers had stories and everything about it. What happened is that the actor who played the Lone Ranger on the radio series, a man by the name of Earl Grazier, he was killed in an automobile accident. Well, we couldn't understand it. First of all, how could the Lone Ranger be dead? And secondly, what in the devil was the Lone Ranger doing in an automobile? We couldn't figure that at all. But indeed, he was gone. Well, the Lone Ranger was a very popular program, and they had to continue with it, but they couldn't just immediately get a new actor to take over the role of the masked man. And so the script writers up at radio station WXYZ in Detroit, where the Lone Ranger originated, they had to rewrite a series of programs, maybe a week's worth, 3 programs or so, and give the listeners a chance to get away from the voice that they remember as the Lone Ranger, and then after a period of time, a new voice would come in and the listener would not remember so well. So for a couple of weeks anyway, the Lone Ranger, the scriptwriters had the Lone Ranger becoming very seriously ill. So ill, in fact, that he could hardly talk. He couldn't talk, and all we heard for a couple of weeks was the Lone Ranger's heavy breathing as Tonto nursed him back to health. And at the end of this period, the Lone Ranger regained his strength, and it was hi-ho silver again, and the Lone Ranger rode again, and it was Brace Beamer, a man who had been an announcer and narrator on the program. He took over, and he continued to stay on radio as the Lone Ranger until the series ended, its regular run in the middle 1950s. And then it continued to be heard and is still being heard all across the country these days, regularly, reruns of the old Lone Ranger shows. Another story about the Lone Ranger. You know why the Lone Ranger's horse was called Silver? Why the Lone Ranger used silver bullets? And why his secret hideout was a hidden silver mine? It's because the original sponsor of the Lone Ranger was Silver Cup Bread. Silver Cup Bread. I'm very happy these days to know that the original sponsor of the show wasn't butternut bread.
When America needs a better idea, Ford puts it on wheels.
The Model T, the first V8, first wagon with a 3-way gate, Pinto, Granada, Mustang too, and now just look what Ford can do.
See the brand new Fords for 1977 at Nelson Hirschberg Ford, 5133 West Irving Park Road at Laramie. See all the 77 better idea cars you've been waiting for. And see them all at one of Chicagoland's leading Ford dealers, open 7 days a week at Irving Park and Laramie. Nelson Hirschberg Ford.
When America needs a better idea, Ford puts it on wheels.
This is Chuck Shaden with our Those Were the Days 7th anniversary program this afternoon on WNIB Chicago at FM 97. Thanks to Nelson Hirschberg Ford. They've been with us for about 5 years, I think, on our various radio broadcasts, supporting us, too, to keep the good old sounds alive. So it seems like people are always trying to get you to buy something, but now here's a message from some folks who want you to sell something. Antique Realty of Chicago is looking for sellers, and if you've been thinking about putting your home on the market, there's never been a better time. It's a seller's market, and Frank Lamphere of Antique Realty at 5852 West Diversey Avenue would like to chat with you about your home. He's more than a licensed real estate broker. He's a certified appraiser, and he can give you a realistic estimate of the current market value of your home at no cost or obligation. He'll discuss sales of comparable homes in your community and offer some thoughtful advice about selling your property. Antique Realty is a member of the Northwest Multiple Listing Service, so when you list your home with Antique Realty, you'll find another 130 member real estate firms joining in the search for the right buyer at the right price. Call or visit Antique Realty, 5852 West Diversey, just east of Austin. It's the real estate office with the red and white striped canopy out front, lots of antique furnishings inside. Antique Realty at 889-3840. Find them in the yellow pages under Real Estate, Antique. Well, let's reminisce a little bit more. Do you remember the first radio show you ever heard? It was very hard to remember the first radio show you ever heard, because if you're like me, you grew up with radio, and it was always there. But I have a memory of my first conscious memory of radio. It took place when I was, I think, it was 1941, so I was 7 years old, and 42, going on 43, and you're figuring that out, right? Okay. I was 7 years old, listening on a Sunday afternoon to my favorite radio show when they interrupted the program. And I was mad. They were talking about bombing in Hawaii, and something about Pearl Harbor and the Japanese, and I didn't know what that was. I didn't care about that. All I wanted to do was listen to that favorite Sunday afternoon radio show.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Oh, that was a regular on Sunday afternoons, The Shadow. I love that show. Lamont Cranston going to the Orient to learn the secret to cloud men's minds so that he could fight for the good of law and order. And you remember Lamont Cranston's constant friend and companion? Remember the lovely Margot Lane? Oh, she was never just plain Margot Lane. She was always the lovely Margot Lane. Did you know that one of the very first actors to portray the Shadow on radio was Orson Welles, even while he was scaring the daylights out of half the country with his War of the Worlds broadcast? And it was 1939, I think, 38, 39, 37 too, I believe. Orson Welles was the Shadow. And opposite Orson Welles, opposite the Shadow, was Margot Lane. The lovely Margot Lane was portrayed by Agnes Moorehead. That's right, Agnes Moorehead, who went on to a great career in motion pictures and radio and television. She was Margot Lane. Orson Welles and Margot Lane. Now that's quality acting, I'll tell you, on a program like The Shadow. Can you remember one of the original sponsors of The Shadow? Blue Coal. Right. Do you remember coal? There's some young folks out there remember coal? America's finest anthracite. Oh, boy. Coal. We used to have a great big coal stove, big furnace, coal furnace in our basement. This was kind of centrally located in our basement. We lived in what, at the time when we moved there, it was Norwood Park Township. It was an unincorporated area of the city, or of the area, of the county. But now it's Norridge, and we lived in a bungalow, and in the basement was this gigantic coal furnace with the great stovepipes like giant tentacles creeping all over the roof, the ceiling of the basement. We had a big coal bin there and a wood bin, And we'd come home after visiting relatives all Sunday afternoon and evening, come home in the winter time, and the house would be cold because there'd been nobody home nobody home to stoke the furnace, So my dad and I would go down the basement stairs, and he'd open the door to the furnace, and we'd look in there, and you'd see just a faint glowing ember in there. And there was a lever on the side of this furnace that you'd shake to get those ashes through the grates, like that. And then the ashes would fall down. Then you'd have to shovel the ashes from the bottom section into we had a metal wastebasket, and we'd throw them in there. And in those days, the alleys were not paved out there. I don't think the alleys still aren't paved out there. But if the snow came and it was mushy and slushy and everything in the alley, you'd take the bushel basket, the metal bushel basket of ashes, and you just spill them all over the alley behind your house, and that would give you good traction in there. And you can talk about snow tires and studs in your snow tires and chains for your tires, but nothing got you out of a ditch in the wintertime like that bushel of ashes that you had in the trunk of your car. With a shovel there, man, you could go any place with that. No one was ever at a loss to get out of any problem area like that. And you used to have the big, the glowing clinkers, the big clinkers that were in this from the coal, and you have to go in there with a tong-like tool that you go and pull them out, and you put those into the basket too. We used to have all of that sort of thing. Boy, that was great stuff. We used to. Later a lot of people got very affluent, and they got a thing called a stoker for the basement. And the ads in the newspaper and the magazines would have a picture of a man sitting in his easy chair, and it would say, all the comforts of home, never have to worry about putting coal in the furnace, because there was a thermostatic arrangement up there on the wall upstairs, and if you had a stoker, that was a big piece of equipment there that would automatically push coal into the furnace on a little treadmill, and would make the coal go from the stoker right into the furnace, and there you would have it. You wouldn't have to shovel coal into the furnace. Of course, they never told you that somebody had to shovel coal from the coal bin into the stoker somewhere along the line, but at least it was that kind of a comfort thing. And they'd said, sit up in the comfort of your living room, listening to the radio or reading your favorite magazine or newspaper, and when it was time to get some coal into the furnace, the stoker would automatically work. And a little click would be heard upstairs, and downstairs, that would shake the whole house. It would shake the whole house. Speaking of the house, maybe I can describe my home for you back out in Norwich in those days. As I said, we had a bungalow. It was a 5-room bungalow with a living room and a dining room and a kitchen and 2 bedrooms off the side there, bathroom in between the 2 bedrooms, unenclosed back porch on the house, and in the on the living room floor we had a carpet. Now, we did not have I guess we had a rug. We didn't have a carpet. We had carpeting. Wall-to-wall carpeting was unheard of in those days. We had an area rug that was kind of a red paisley kind of a thing with kind of oriental idea with fringe all around it, see? And then, of course, you saw part of the floor, the highly varnished hardwood floor all around. Now, in the dining room, we had a similar carpet, only it was green, and it was with the fringe and all that. And in that little area, the little space between the living room and the dining room, we had a runner kind of a carpeting that didn't match either the living room or the dining room carpeting. And it also never stayed in place. I think you could hammer nails in that till you were blue in the face, but it would always slip around and never get caught. You get caught on it or whatever. It was all like that. On one wall in our living room, we had a sofa. It was a brown mohair sofa, and next to that we had a matching brown mohair easy chair. Now, on the arms of the sofa and the easy chair, and on the back of that, we had little lace doilies, antimacassars they're called, that were held in place with little straight pins that always came out. You always got your, you always got your sleeves caught in the straight pin in the doilies, And the reason they had these things, anti-macassar, that's anti-macassar is a grease kind of a thing, see? So they didn't want you wouldn't put your greasy hair on the sofa and ruin the mohair sofa. But I have news for anybody that's interested. There is no way in the world to ruin a mohair sofa. It cannot be done. You cannot ruin a mohair sofa. Now, between the easy chair and the sofa, we had a lamp, a floor lamp. And it was a tall lamp with a giant shade and had a kind of a brass stem on it. And at the base of the floor lamp, it was raised a little bit, a little platform on there, and a little green onyx platform was there. It was raised up from the base of the lamp by a little, well, it was like a wrought iron or a cutout work in there. And underneath that, they had a little night light in there, like a little Christmas tree light that was activated by a little button on the base of the floor lamp. See? Now, directly kitty corner from that lamp, in the other side of the room, was the greatest piece of furniture that we ever had in our house. It was a Zenith console radio. And this was the place where the world came into our home. Even the dial of the radio was exciting because it had the word Zenith written in lightning across the face of it. And it had all the stations, the radio stations, call letters were printed right on the face of the dial. WIND, WMAQ, WGN, WBBM, WENR, WLS, WCFL, WAAF, right up and down the line. And we had a little speed mechanism on that dial that you could go bzzz, and we'd get you from BBM to LS real fast. It was wonderful. You had all of those, all that up there. And at the top of the dial was a little flickering green eye that helped you tune in the program. And it was like a little pie-shaped cutout on there. And when those little sides of the green eye got together, you knew that you were ready for the best entertainment in the world. My brother and I would go in the living room. We'd turn out all of the lights in the living room. And the only lights we had on was the light behind the dial of the radio on that little green eye, and the light at the base of the floor lamp, casting giant shadows through that wrought iron cutout work on the simulated lace curtains that we had over our windows. And we would lie on the floor. We'd be on the floor, and we'd look at all those shadows, and we would get scared to death as we listened to our favorite mystery programs.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. You'll have to be very quiet tonight because one of our guests is asleep in the deep. Poor chap. He was a sailor by trade, an old salt named Peter. He had a corpse in every port. But I'm afraid he went overboard. You see, people made him sad, and he had a nasty habit of drowning his sorrows. His last voyage was over a large body of water, the Dead Sea, and he was blown into it by a stiff wind. But it was too crowded down there. 5 fathoms deep. Well, gather round, my friends, and you shall hear a midnight tale of death and fear. It's full of ghosts and rich in gore, and if you listen, you'll sleep no more.
Oh, boy, Inner Sanctum. When Raymond opened the creaking door of the Inner Sanctum, the chills would just roll up and down our spines, right? And there were many other great mystery shows. Murder at Midnight, and I Love a Mystery, The Adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie of the A1 Detective Agency, solving the mystery of the thing that cries in the night. We had Lights, out everybody, as Art Jobler brought us tremendous mystery stories. Tales, we had tales well calculated to keep us in suspense. Radio really did it, and we participated because we used our imagination. I was talking about the face of that Zenith radio before. The call letters on there, the station call letters were printed on there. The call letters all stood for things in those days, you know. WGN was owned by the Chicago Tribune, the world's greatest newspaper. And WLS was owned by Sears Roebuck and Company, the world's largest store. WIND was not because it was an independent station, IND, but because its transmitter was in IND, Indiana. WMAQ was owned originally by the Chicago Daily News, and they said, we must ask questions. WMAQ. WCFL still is the Chicago Federation of Labor. WENR was owned by the E.N. Rowland Manufacturing Company, people who made tubes for Zenith radios. WBBM, they used to say, this is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago. BBM was owned by the Burgess Battery Company, the world's best battery maker. So those call letters all meant something in those days. You know, in radio, if you were taken away from radio, locked up in a cave, kept out of existence for a year, more than that, whatever time, you came out of there, you had lost your sense of perspective. You didn't know where you were, what day it was, what time it was. You could turn on the radio and you'd know exactly what day of the week it was and what time of the day it was, because for radio, those programs lasted for years and years and years at the same time, on the same station mostly, on the same day of the week. Sunday we had Jack Benny and Fred Allen and Bergen and McCarthy. And on Monday it was Lux Presents Hollywood, and the Lux Radio Theater and the Screen Guild Players. And Tuesday night we had Comedy Night. We had Bob Hope and Fibber McGee and Molly and Red Skelton. Wednesday it was Mr. District Attorney, Champion of the People, Defender of the Truth, Guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And Thursday, I think Wednesday was also Kay Kaiser in the College of Musical Knowledge. We had programs like that one after another every night of the week. People Are Funny was Friday night. And Saturday night was the Hit Parade and the WLS Barn Dance and Grand Ole Opry and Truth or Consequences and The Life of Riley and Curtain Time. Boy, those were the days, you know. Those days were contributed to greatly by a couple who got their start in the Chicago area, Jim and Marion Jordan. They came up from Peoria, began broadcasting on WENR in a program they put together called The Smith Family. You may recall Jim Jordan talking about that a week or so ago, and we had our conversation with Jim. Then they moved over to WMAQ, and they developed Smack Out, and finally they became the biggest hits on radio ever, with the longest-running series. Certainly you know what we're leading to.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Water Repellent Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Cliff Arquette, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. A couple of weeks ago, Mrs. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista got a letter from her wealthy Aunt Sarah announcing that she planned to visit the McGees this summer. Furthermore, the letter said she would not be alone, but would bring the Countess of Chumley with her. At the time, Mr. McGee stated as follows.
A countess? My gosh, read that again, Molly. A countess?
The Countess of Chumley.
Countess of Chumley.
Yeah, it says your guest room will do for me, of course. But the Countess will require a house of her own.
My gosh, she don't expect us to build a guest house just so she can
It
have a...
says, I am sending a rough sketch of the house I want. Build it and send me the bill. Love, Aunt Sarah.
Countess?
Now, that was a couple of weeks ago. Well, to make a long story short, the carpenters have finished, the house looks very handsome, And out here on their back lawn admiring it are Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, how do you like it, kiddo? Pretty snazzy shack, huh?
Beautiful.
I suppose Aunt Sarah will find something wrong with it.
Oh, no, McGee. I think it's exactly the kind of house Aunt Sarah had in mind.
Yeah?
She certainly ought to be tickled when she sees this.
Good idea, kiddo. I'll hold her and you tickle her. We'll get a smile out of that frosty old puss if it breaks every bone in her puss. Bless her rich old heart.
Oh, now, McGee, don't start criticizing Aunt Sarah. She's a very cheerful person. Everybody says she has a lovely smile.
Smile? Ah! Remember the time that photographer told her to give out with her biggest smile, and she says, "This is my biggest smile"? And the picture looked like she was getting ready to play a trumpet solo? Why, she's the sorrow.
Now, McGee, that's enough. Did you tell the carpenter just to mail her the bills like she said?
Yeah, and you should have seen him when I mentioned the name of Aunt Sarah Driscoll. He turned around, faced the east, and fell on his knees. Just like that.
Heard of her, had he?
No, he stepped in a gopher hole. Hey, I wonder what color we ought to have it painted, Molly.
What colors have we got?
Well, I'll look out in the garage and set them all out for you to look at. I'll get out the red paint and the green paint and the white lead.
I think maybe if you got the lead out first, you... Oh, there's Ole from the Elks Club. Hello, Ole.
Oh, hi, Ole. How do you like the new guest house we built, boy? Pretty snappy stack of sticks, huh?
Yeah, sure. That's a very fancy house, McGee.
Yeah.
My missus tells me last week it looks like you was building something, but she couldn't see what it was without her glasses.
Oh, I didn't know your wife wore glasses, Ole.
Yeah, sure. She got a slight case of nearsighted, my missus has.
Uh-huh.
Doctor says it's horopia.
Myopia, Ole.
Oh, you nearsighted too, missus? That's too bad. Maybe you just need glasses.
No, I mean...
Look, I test your eyes with an eye test, missus. Now, how many fingers I hold up there? 2 fingers? You need glasses. 1 finger is my thumb.
Hey. Never mind the optical delusions, Ole. We got to get in the house and phone Aunt Sarah. Tell her the guest house is finished.
My cousin Jan, he also has house built last week, McGee. Only 2 days it takes.
Yeah?
It was a pre-flabbergasted house.
Free what?
Flabbergasted. When Jan finds out how much it cost, he was knocked over with a feather. Then he gets up and knocks over contractor with a 2 before. Well, I gotta go home, McGee. Me and the boys make garden today.
Garden, eh? What you going to raise? Vegetables?
Who knows what comes up? Last year, I sent 10 cents to my congressman, and he sends me seeds.
Yeah?
We plant the seeds, and up comes weeds.
McGee has the same trouble.
Well, this year I try it different. I think this year I send my dime to the seed company and plant me a congressman. So long.
Well, come on, kiddo. Let's phone Aunt Sarah because... Uh-oh. I'll get it. McGee's residence. McGee speaking. Who? City Hall. Building inspector. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we built a guest house on our property. Oh, we got to buy a building permit? Oh, okay, bud. Okay, I'll buy a permit. I'll pay your dirty extortion money. What? I can't buy a permit to build a building that's already built. Have to tear it down first.
Oh.
I'll tear down that city hall. That's what I'll tear down. By George, I'll have... Hello. Huh, he hung up. Of all the dirty, rotten, and chiseling, they can't do this to me. Make me tear down a brand new house that... Can they, Molly?
Heavenly days, I hope not. Oh, dear, how did you ever overlook that?
Come in.
Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble. Come in.
Thank you, my dear. Hello, Beaverhead. What's new?
What's new is I'm going to go downtown and blow the lid off of that dirty political mess that calls itself the City Hall. That's what's new I'm going to do.
I'm sorry I asked, Lemon Brain. Skip it. I got troubles of my own this morning.
Well, you deserve them. I don't.
What's the matter, Doctor?
Yeah, what's your trouble, liver lover? Medical Association make you take your advertising cards out of the city ambulances? That'd cut your income down to
Now,
nothing.
pipe down, flap lip. One of my interns got things a little fouled up this morning, Molly. I asked him to leave a book at the City Hall for mail at trivia and then deliver a baby at the hospital for me.
Well, that sounds simple enough, Doctor.
Not for him. It was all right when he left the book at the hospital, but when he delivered a baby to mail the trivia, it got a little confusing.
Well, that's all very interesting, nerve block. But we got to get going. I got to go downtown and buy us a building permit.
Well, have a nice trip, kids. And while you're down there, McGee, don't forget to pick up your Social Security check.
Social Security.
Social Security? I'm not eligible for that stuff till I'm 65.
By the time you get anything out of that building inspector, you'll be 65.
Go on, Peter. Go on.
My goodness, McGee, it seems we're always having to come down here to the city hall for something or other.
Yeah, I know, and we shouldn't ought to have to come down here today at all. Building permit to build a building that's already built. That's a dirty outrage. It's sure lousy bureaucracy, that's what it is. And what's more,
Hey, McGee, what is bureaucracy?
Well, well, you know what a bureau is.
Certainly.
Sure. Bureau starts out to be a good-looking, useful piece of furniture. But as time goes on, it gets filled up with a lot of useless junk and gets so big for its own drawers that nobody remembers what it was designed for in the first place. By that time, it's so loaded down you can't move it. That's a bureau.
Yes, but you haven't...
Bureaucracy is when your collar button rolls under it and you have to kneel down in front of it and beat your brains out trying to get it back. Smart citizen lets it go, throws his shirt in after it, and wears a sweater. Happy that he's still got his pants.
Thank you.
Not at all, my dear. Always glad to explain any of these. Oh, hi, Mort.
Hi, McGee.
Mort who?
Postum in the coroner's office. It's kind of dumb, but it amused the coroner to have a guy named Mort Postum doing the postmortems. Well, here's the building permit office. Hi, Bud. You the building license clerk?
Yes, sir, I am.
Well, my name is McGee, Fibber McGee.
I'm sorry, sir, but we can't help you with that.
Huh?
I know how you must feel about it, but to change one's name legally, one must apply to the clerk.
No. Please, now. He doesn't want to change his name. He merely...
Pardon me, madam, but who are you?
I am Mrs. Fibber McGee.
Well, thank you. Your maiden name?
Molly Driscoll.
Well, you changed your name, didn't you? And why do you object to this gentleman wishing to change his name? After all, two wrongs don't make a right.
Oh, cut it out, will you, Bud? Nobody wants to change anybody's name.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Huh?
I know a girl named Mary Thompson. She wants to change her name to Crandall Dance.
From a Thompson to Crandall Dance? Whatever for?
Because my name is Crandall Dance, she wants to marry me. That's why when you make a statement, a blanket statement, mind you, like nobody wants to change their name...
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Crandall Bunch.
Dance.
No, thank you. My feet hurt.
Look, are you the building license clerk or not?
Well, now, that's a silly question. What's it say on the window?
What does it say, Molly?
Out to lunch.
How soon will you be back?
We won't be back. I mean, we ain't out to lunch.
You are.
I am? Well, I'm sorry you missed me. I'm usually here at this time.
Frankly, Bud, I doubt if you're ever completely here. Now, listen, I want to get a building permit.
I see. Now, what type of structure do you plan to build?
It's already built.
Then you must tear it down.
What?
If the structure was built without a permit, you must tear it down, then get a permit and build it again. You're not permitted to build without a permit.
Dad, it, I didn't know that, so now I want to get a permit. You can make it radioactive.
Dearie, you mean retroactive.
I mean he can turn his little rubber stamp back a few days and stamp me out a permit. Can't you, Bud?
Sir, are you suggesting that I, Farnsworth Crandall Dance, violate my oath of office by dishonestly and fraudulently predating a building permit, thus being false to the friendship of Alderman Weingand, who got me this job because I was faithful and trustworthy, and his wife's nephew?
bilge water.
No Crandall dance.
Just because we forget to get a building
I
permit.
didn't forget it. I didn't know I had to have one.
Sir, my heart bleeds for you.
Well, give us a permit and we'll buy you a transfusion.
Look, can you folks come back tomorrow? It's closing time.
Closing time, it's only 3:15.
Yes, madam, but I close early on Tuesday. I'm building a garage in my spare time. Oh, my goodness. I forgot to issue myself a permit.
Uh-huh.
Say, can you loan me $1, Mr. McGee, just till you tear your building down and come back for a permit?
Why, you
I-
muddleheaded... Oh, well, I guess I got to handle this matter myself. You know the old saying, kiddo. If you want a thing well done, don't start anything that looks too tough. That's why I always
Wait a minute,
say...
McGee.
Huh?
Maybe the old timer has a suggestion.
Who?
You-hoo, Mr. Old Timer.
Oh, hi, old timer.
Hello there, kids. What's the matter with you, Johnny? Look as sour as a vinegar and milkshake.
Have you any influence with the city building commissioners, Mr. Old Timer?
Nope. They hate my internal arrangements, daughter. And why? Simply because when they put up the new museum, I read a letter to the Gazette saying it looked like a marble piggy bank that would fall down if a streetcar went past it too fast. And while I didn't think there was any graft connected with it, I thought that $600,000 for them 2 brass lions out in front was kind of expensive.
Well, then I guess there's no use taking this thing up with you. Where you been lately?
Motoring trip, Johnny.
Oh.
Out in New Mexico. Heard them and seen all them flying saucers.
Heavenly days. Did you see any?
Daughter, I've been keeping my trap shut about this for fear folks would think I was kind of dull in the skull. Besides, military authorities, for some reason, don't want nobody to believe nothing. The Pentagon building has established a regular poo-poo department for that stuff.
Yeah, but what did you see?
Well, sir, Johnny, I was driving along near Alamogordo one day when I happened to look up into the sky, see? And there it was.
Yeah?
A peculiar-shaped thing, sailing along about 1,000 foot long and a mile wide, with holes in the edges and dangerous looking.
My goodness.
I reached back into the back seat for my 30-30, took a couple of pot shots at it, but was too far away, I guess.
Gee.
Well, sir, finally disappeared to the south. Sure had me scared till I figured out what it was.
What was it?
A cloud.
Doggone it, why don't Latrivia return my call, Molly? Hand me the phone. I'll try him again.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Mayor Latrivia's office and make it snap my garter if it ain't Mert.
Who's Mert?
Mert? My gosh, you remember Mert, Molly. The phone operator that's always good for a gag if we can think of it. Well, how's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's say, Mert? Your brother, the preacher. Having trouble with his sister, eh? Well, why don't he go see the dentist?
Dentist. Why should he see a dentist about his sister?
Has to get the lisp took out of his new dentures. He's all right with the dear brethren, but he can't say cistern. What's say, Mert? Oh, okay, Mert.
Doesn't the mayor answer?
No, he's probably on the way over here now because I left word for him. Come in.
Who are you hollering at? Nobody rang the bell.
Sure they did. You heard me. Come in.
My goodness, it's his mayor the honor. Come in, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Molly. Hello, McGee. I had a message that you wanted to see me about something urgent. What is it?
That's a good question, Latrivia, because I'm going to tell you.
That's very cooperative, dear.
I got a question for you, Latrivia. What kind of a city where an honest citizen that he goes to all the trouble and expense of building a guest house in his backyard for a countess with his aunt's perfectly good money and can't get a permit for it on account of they claim I got to tear it down first? Are you running, boy?
I imagine that's a good question. If anybody could understand it. Molly, would you care to translate that for me?
Well, Mr. Mayor, we built a guest house in our backyard for Aunt Sarah. She's bringing the countess...
In your backyard?
Yeah.
I thought McGee had just planted a garden back there to experiment with growing seaweed on land and sprinkling it with salt water. What became of that project?
Well, that didn't succeed, Mr. You see, I figured that weeds are so full of seed that seaweed seed, being fuller of weed seeds than plain weeds, ought to succeed where plain weed seed would reseed.
Indeed.
Proceed.
With all speed. Well, sir, we divided the yard up between weeds and seaweeds, and not being by the seaside, we had to decide which side we'd seed with weed seeds and which side we'd seed with seaweed seeds. See? Side? So, we decided to sow the south side with seaweed seeds, and we thought the west side was the best side to reseed with weed seed. Because the best weed seed we'd seen was the seaweed seed, so between sowing and seeding and seeing the weed seeds reseed in front of the seaweed, we tore the whole thing up and planted tulips.
I'd like to say, McGee, that that's a very interesting story.
Oh, thanks, Latrell.
But it isn't. Now, what's this urgent problem of yours?
Well, here's the story, Mr. Latrivia. We got a letter from Aunt Sarah that she's coming to visit us, and she's bringing a countess with her. And she asked us to build a guest house in the backyard.
We sent the plans, and she's paying for it, and we had it built.
Very generous of you.
Yeah, but we forgot to get a building permit for it, Latrivia.
And now they say we'll have to tear it down and start all over. Isn't that pretty ridiculous, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, it is, Molly, but it's the law. I'm afraid I can't go over the building inspector's head.
Yes.
Yes, I can, too. I'm going over his head.
Swell, Latrivia. Going over his head, eh?
Yes, he's on the 3rd floor of City Hall. I'm going up to the 4th floor and lie down a little while. So long, Molly.
Well, I guess that's it, kiddo. I'm beat. It's a dirty, rotten break, but you can't fight City Hall.
Oh, well, I'm just sick about this, McGee. That lovely little house.
Yeah, it ain't going to do our names in Aunt Sarah's will any good when I tell her how I fouled up her summer, too, either. She'll beller like a scalded moose.
Maybe she and the Countess will come anyhow. Call her up and explain to her.
I might as well. Hand me the long-distance telephone.
Use this one here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Aunt Sarah, long distance. Yeah. Hello, Aunt Sarah. This is your favorite nephew. Till I tell you what happened. Fibber.
Just explain to her, dearie.
Aunt Sarah, we built that house you wanted, and it looks swell. Yeah, there's only one thing, Aunt Sarah. I forgot to get a building permit, and we got to tear it down. Yeah, but don't worry. The Countess is welcome to come with you, Aunt Sarah. Yeah, we can give her a room in the house, but she'll have to share your bathroom.
I hope she isn't angry.
She won't mind, huh? How's that, Aunt Sarah? The Countess is a great what? Oh. Goodbye, Aunt Sarah.
The Countess is a great what, McGee? A great sport?
She's a great Dane. Yeah, she won't need a bathroom.
Oh, yes. Those were the days, huh? With Fibber McGee and Molly every Tuesday night on radio. They started out on Monday nights, but finally found a good spot on Tuesdays, and they sure provided some great radio entertainment for us over the years. And this afternoon, too. This is our 7th anniversary broadcast. My name is Chuck Shaden, and we've been doing this Those Were the Days Saturday afternoon get-together for 7 years now. You can hear us every Saturday from 1 to 5 here on WNIB Chicago at FM 97. We have lots of interesting little things for you ahead of us, so stick around. Next Saturday afternoon, we're going to be beginning National Radio Month. We're going to observe the occasion with 5 Saturdays as we look at the sounds of radio as they were heard during the World War II years. We'll have all kinds of radio news and documentary broadcasts, comedy and variety shows, propaganda programs, and dramas, too, that were heard on radio between Pearl Harbor and VJ Day. Next week, we're going to have the coverage of the proceedings of the joint session of Congress meeting to pass a declaration of war on December 8th of 1941. We'll hear President Roosevelt deliver his Day of Infamy speech, and we'll hear from Columbia Network correspondents Albert Warner, Eric Severide, Elmer Davis, and George Fielding Elliott. We'll also have a Gulf Screen Guild broadcast from Pearl Harbor Day, December 7th, 1941, called Between Americans, written by Norman Corwin and narrated by Orson Welles. We're also going to have Fibber McGee and Molly's first wartime broadcast with a very dramatic conclusion next Saturday from December 9th of 1941. We'll have The Man Behind the Gun, a salute to the RAF from 1943, and a Treasury Star Parade broadcast from 1942 called Remember Pearl Harbor. Then in the weeks to follow that, we'll have all kinds of programs. Not necessarily all documentaries. We're going to have, we've got Captain Midnight, the Aldridge Family, Vic and Sade, Cavalcade of America, This Is Your FBI, a special D-Day broadcast, Jungle Jim, Bing Crosby and the Kraft Music Hall, The Mysterious Traveler, story called Death Comes to Adolf Hitler. We've got Hop Harrigan, Eddie Cantor, the Lux Radio Theater, all kinds of great things coming up. So I hope you'll be able to join us every Saturday from 1 to 5 through Radio Month. As a matter of fact, there are only 4 Saturdays in May, Radio Month. We're using the shoehorn stretcher, and we're going to make a 5th Saturday out of it so that we can get all of these World War II programs in. So I hope that you'll be able to join us for that. You can keep track of all of the things that we offer throughout the week when you subscribe to our Nostalgia newsletter and radio guide. Al Jolson and Eddie Cantor are on the cover of our newsletter for May, and that is just the beginning of the good reading and good entertainment you'll find in our Nostalgia guide for this month. A 1-year subscription is only $7. If you'd like to subscribe, you can do so right now when you call us at 545-2260. Articles from and about the past, plus the complete listing of our Monday through Saturday old-time radio broadcast schedule. 545-2260. Just give us your name and address. Your subscription will start with this current May issue. We'll include an invoice along with your first copy. 545-2260. We'll get it out to you at the beginning of the week, too. In the May issue of our newsletter, you'll find reprint articles about the March of Time, child movie star Butch Jenkins, Kate Kaiser's College of Musical Knowledge, and Chiquita Banana. Plus interesting original articles about Riverview and about Walt Disney. And for Radio Month, we have a radio trivia crossword puzzle by Dennis Bubaz. All of this plus news of our Memory Club movies, our dime store want ad pages, letters from listeners, and more. So subscribe now. Give us a call at 545-2260. A 1-year subscription, $7. Call us. We'll begin your subscription with the May issue. If you like, then send $7 to Nostalgia Newsletter, Box 421, Morton Grove, 60053. But if it's easier, give us a call this afternoon, right now, at 545-2260.
Hello there. We've been waiting for you. It's time to play Thrift or Consequences. And here's your master of thrift, Ralph Petwell.
Thank you, Bud Clayton, and here's our first contestant. What is your name, ma'am?
Tallulah Feeney. I'm a homemaker.
Well, Mrs. Feeney, I have a question for you, and we're going to see if you know thrift or if you'll have to pay the consequences.
Fire away, Ralph.
All right. What is the name of the special thrift card offered by Northwest Federal Savings? The handy photo identification card, which enables you to purchase traveler's checks without a service charge, permits free payment of utility bills, and offers free registered checks and free notary services.
Oh, my. Wait now.
Hurry now, time's running out.
Oh,
Here's a hint. It's a card offered by Northwest Federal Savings.
Oh, I know it. Wait.
Hurry, Mrs. Feeney. This is a special little thrift card, not a credit card.
Oh,
It's designed to save you money, not cost you money.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Feeney. The answer is the fabulous Northwest card. Well, you couldn't talk about thrift, so you'll have to pay the consequences.
Oh.
And your consequence is to learn about thrift, Mrs. Feeney, the Northwest Card way. Mrs. Feeney, our luxury limousine is going to whisk you away to Northwest Federal Savings, where you'll learn all about the great money-saving Northwest Card.
Oh.
You'll find that anyone with a savings account balance of $500 or more at Northwest Federal may have absolutely free a valuable money-saving Northwest Card with your photo in full color right on the card to give you positive identification anywhere, anytime.
Oh, I'm overwhelmed.
But before you go, Mrs. Feeney, we have another surprise for you. We're going to hit you in the face with this custard pie, Mrs. Feeney.
Northwest Federal Savings, serving you 63 hours a week. In Chicago on Irving Park Road, in Edison Park on Northwest Highway, in Des Plaines on Dempster Street, in Norridge at Harlem and Irving, and in Arlington Heights on Algonquin at Gulf Road. This is Chuck Shaden with our 7th anniversary broadcast, our Those Were the Days program today on WNIB Chicago at FM 97. We have a lot of good things coming up ahead of us, and we're going to invite you a little later on to give us a buzz and share some of your memories, too, as we have been sharing some of ours. And we'll have another memory or two for you right after this.
Eden's Plaza Shopping Center, where plenty of free parking makes it a pleasure to shop your favorite store or service. Eden's Plaza Shopping Center, where Eden's Expressway, Skokie Boulevard, and Lake Avenue meet at Wilmette. Eden's Plaza Shopping Center. Easy to reach, easy to park, easy to shop.
Smile when you shop for Mom all this week at Eden's Plaza Shopping Center in Wilmette. The golden age of radio had so many great broadcasts in it. We had, we're talking about that great lineup on Tuesday nights with Fibber and Molly and Red Skelton and Bob Hope. There was one comedian on radio who was really a comedian's comedian. He was the most literate of the radio comics. He wrote 98% of all of his own material. He was very lasting on radio. He started out way in the 1930s with the Salad Bowl Review and went on right through the early 1950s, either on his own show or as part of the other show. I'm talking about Fred Allen, and people all over America could hardly wait to get to their radios to take that stroll with Mr. Allen down Allen's Alley.
And so our question tonight is, how do you feel about Mayor LaGuardia's return to private life?
Shall we go?
As the man said when he saw the lighted cigarette on the floor, let's step on it. Gosh, Portland, it's good to be back in Allen's Alley. Well, let's see what Titus Moody is up to tonight.
Howdy, Bob.
Say, Mr. Moody, you look shorter tonight.
First time I ever wore a union suit and stockings.
Well, what makes you look shorter?
It's trying to keep up my stockings.
Your stockings?
Yeah. There's a little door hangs down on the back of the union suit. And when I button that door onto my stockings...
Yes?
It pulls me down 6 inches.
Every time. Well, Mr. Moody, what do you think about Mayor LaGuardia leaving office?
Why, he's been a good mayor, what there is of him.
Well, what kind of work do you think he should go in for?
He'd be a good man on a farm, Bub.
Well, how do you mean?
He's the only man I know that can milk a cow standing up.
Tell me, Mr. Moody, do you think the mayor is sorry to go?
Oh, I know just how he feels, Bub.
You do, huh?
Yeah, I used to be mayor in my town.
You were the mayor?
Yeah, but I wasn't no LaGuardia.
You mean...
After working around the farm for 30 years...
Yes?
I didn't smell like no little flower. So long, Bub.
It's too bad Mr. Moody isn't sheriff. He could pinch himself and see if he's awake. Well, let's see what happens at this next house.
No?
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about Mayor LaGuardia retiring from City Hall?
I'm writing about Mayor LaGuardia a farewell poem.
A farewell poem. How does your ode to the mayor go?
I'm reciting it.
Fine.
The time is coming, Fiorello, to saying goodbye to you. For 12 long years in office, progress was your goal. But there is yet a housing shortage, and the subway's still in the hole. On your radio program Sundays, you were in a fighting mood, cracking down on gamblers and bookies, shouting patience with fortitude. You explained to us the OPA,
what fun it was to stroll with Fred Allen down Allen's Alley, meet some of the other characters, too, like Senator Claghorn, and, we had Titus Moody and Mrs. Nussbaum there. This is Chuck Shaden with our Those Were the Days anniversary show, 7th anniversary here on WNIB Chicago at FM 97. Remember Sundays in the good old days? How did you spend Sunday? I don't know about you. We always had our main meal early in the day on Sunday. We had our big dinner was around noontime or 1 o'clock on a Sunday, and this, I guess, was to have Mom get done with the dishes and everything all done early enough so she could enjoy the rest of the afternoon and the evening. Except, as I recall, Mom always got up very early on Sunday morning to get started to have the whole meal prepared by 1 o'clock. But late Sunday afternoon was always kind of a good time, too, because it was snack time. Those were the days when a carry-out meal was something you carried out from the kitchen into the living room around the radio, not going over to the Colonel or to one of these other fast food places. We would raid the icebox, right? The refrigerator, the icebox. No, you can call it a refrigerator, or most people called it a Frigidaire. But it was long, as we went through this a couple of weeks ago, long-sufferingly known as the icebox. But we get cheese and snacks and sandwiches and crackers and lunch meat, cold chicken, sliced beef, whatever was around, and we'd just sit in the living room usually and listen to the radio. And we always knew it was time to raid the refrigerator along about 6 o'clock on Sunday night, because, as I said before, the radio could tell you the time for you, right? And in Chicago, every Sunday night at 6 o'clock, after we raided the icebox, we listened to this.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Oh, here I am, boy. Yeah. Here, boy, here's a tip for you.
Oh, boy, $1. A whole $1. Thanks, Mr. Benny.
I wonder who could be sending me a telegram right in the middle. Come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Benny.
What do you want now?
I forgot my bicycle.
You didn't forget it. I bought it. Now, goodbye. I hate when a guy makes a deal and then tries to get out of it. Gee, the telegram's from my sister, Florence.
Oh, what did she say?
She says, Dear Jack, I've been listening to your program, and I thought I should send you this wire immediately. You're not 40 years old today. You're actually... Oh, no. No, this can't be. This is awful.
Well, Jack, how old does your sister say you are today?
39. Oh, my goodness, this is embarrassing. But my sister Florence ought to know. I guess instead of being born in 1914, it was 1915. I'm going to call Rochester and have them look at my birth certificate. My sister Florence says I'm 39, and I think I'm 40. I got to find out.
Say, Mabel. What is it, Gertrude? Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Yeah. I wonder what Collier's cover girl wants now. I'll plug in and find out. Yes, Mr. Benny. I'll call your house immediately. He wants I should get him Rochester. Well, be nice to him. You know, today's his birthday. It is? How did you find out? Dial Ulrich 8900. Yeah, but how did you... Dial. Okay.
time is 4:21 and 10 seconds. And today is Jack Benny's birthday. The time is 4:21 and 20 seconds. His shirt size is 15 and a half. The time is...
How do you like that? Imagine Benny having his birthday announced on the telephone. How does he get away with it? He used to be a personal friend of Alexander Graham Bell. But with all the advertising, he must be getting a lot of gifts. I can imagine. What did you send him? A beautiful calfskin glove. One glove? Why in the world would you give him only one glove? That's all he needs. He never takes his right hand out of his pocket. Very true. Say, Gertrude, can you give me a lift home tonight? I guess so. What's wrong? I got another flat tire. See, you've been having more trouble with that motorcycle. Yeah.
Operator. Gertrude, get me my home.
I'm trying. You know, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Well, you ought to know. You helped build it.
Well, thank you, Julius Caesar.
Never mind. Now, please ring my home.
Okay, I'm ringing it.
Smart aleck, Gertrude. She takes you out for dinner once. She thinks she owns you. Oh, well.
Mr. Benny's residence, star of stage, radio, television, and silent pictures.
Rochester, it's me.
Hello, boss.
What took you so long to answer the phone?
Well, today's your birthday, and I was out in the kitchen finishing your cake.
Oh, you baked a cake for me?
Yeah, and you ought to see it, boss. Across the top in whipped cream, I wrote, Happy Birthday.
Oh, that's nice, Rochester.
By the way, how many P's in happy?
2.
Uh-oh.
Oh, so you'll have to add one.
I gotta take one off. I got 3.
Well, look, you can do that later. Now, Rochester, here's why I called you. I don't know what to do. I thought today was my 40th birthday, but I just got a wire from my sister, and she says I'm 39.
Well, don't argue with her, boss. Grab it.
Roger, I got to be honest with myself. Now, I want you to look at my birth certificate and tell me the date on it.
Your birth certificate?
Yes, do you know where it is?
It's right here on the desk.
What's my birth certificate doing on the desk?
You got it out the other day when you applied for your old age pension.
Oh, I just did that for a gag.
Well, they must be laughing. Your first check came today.
Rochester, stop making things up. Now, look at my birth certificate.
I'm looking at it.
Now, in the space where it says date of birth, what's there?
A hole.
A hole in the paper?
Yeah, we erased it once too often.
Oh, well, then there's nothing I can do, and I'll have to take my sister's word for it.
I guess so, boss. Your sister must be right.
Yep, I guess I'm 39. Well, goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
Aren't we devils?
You and me?
No, me and your sister.
Yeah. Goodbye, Rochester.
Oh, the Jack Benny program. Those were the days. Can't Can't hardly remember a Sunday without Jack Benny in those good old days of yesteryear. This is Chuck Shaden with our hall closet full of old-time radio shows as we celebrate our 7th anniversary this afternoon. Those were the days on WNIB Chicago at FM 97. We'll get back to some more memories in just a moment. Here's a fellow who called up a radio station in Evanston one day when I was over there, and he said to me, he says, I have a small shoe store in Evanston. It's a one-man shop. He says, I carry a certain line of shoes, certain lines of shoes, and every once in a while, after I sell so many pairs of shoes, the company that sells the shoes to me says that I'm allowed so much money, a small amount of money, for advertising. And he said, I would like to spend that very small amount of money with you because I like the old-time radio shows. I think the programming that you're doing here is very good, and I would like to support it. It's very modest. I don't have a tremendous amount of money, just a very little bit of money, and I'd like to help. And so I said to Mr. Paul Meyer that we would be honored to have him be one of the people who sponsors our various old-time radio shows. And he came in on Radio for Kids on a Saturday morning thing that we had in Evanston quite a few years ago. And then he moved to the Saturday afternoons, and when we left that station and came to this station, he decided to come along with us. His name is Paul Meyer. He's got a nice little shoe store at 2924 Central Street in Evanston. And people like Mr. Meyer that make us very, very proud of all the folks that we've met over the years. So I have a little commercial for Paul Meyer Shoe Store that I'd like to present now. The in-footwear for young men and women this season is Welco High Pals hiking boots, and for good reason. They're snug and they're durable, besides being fashionable. Excuse me. Your headquarters for Welco High Pals hiking boots is the Paul Meyer Shoe Store at 2924 Central Street in Evanston. Paul Meyer Shoe Store has them in all sizes, and remember that Welco High Pals hiking boots have vulcanized construction to ensure flexibility. For hiking boots, it's Welco High Pals, and for Welco, it's the Paul Meyer Shoe Store at 2924 Central Street in Evanston. This is it. The big day is just 1 week away, Saturday, May the 7th, for our citywide Riverview Night of Nostalgia at the Lane Tech High School Auditorium. Hey, we've been planning this gala night of memories for a long time, and it's coming up next Saturday. We hope you can join us for an evening of fond memories as we recall the golden age of Riverview, the world's largest amusement park that used to be at Western and Belmont. We're going to have a great time with photo historian Charles Voldarczyk, who's going to present a color slide program of scenes from Riverview during its heyday and in its closing days just 10 short years ago. Plus, we're going to have some very special guests reminiscing about the park and reminding us of the good times we used to spend there. People who worked at the park, we've got 4 different people who were employees of the park, covering the years 1914 till 1967 when it closed. We're going to have a good time. And we'll have some exhibits, and it'll be fun for everybody. Remember, next Saturday, May the 7th at 8 p.m. at the Lane Tech High School Auditorium, 2501 Addison Street near Western. Donation is $3 a person. We sure hope you'll be able to join us. Advance tickets are available at our new Metro Golden Memory Shop at its new location at 5941 West Irving Park Road, or at the door on Saturday night. You can get tickets at the beginning of this week at any office of Northwest Federal Savings as well. It's our citywide Riverview Night of Nostalgia, Saturday, May 7th at 8 p.m. at the Lane Tech High School Auditorium. Let's ride again with more Riverview fun. And we'll have some tickets for this also tonight at the Memory Club if you're planning on coming over there. So that'll be at Northwest Federal, and we'll see you tonight if you're going to do that. Now, Chuck Shaden with you on our Those Were the Days anniversary show. You ever listen to much radio in the daytime in the good old days? You know, we've talked about the nighttime shows, Jack Benny and Fibber McGee and Molly and Fred Allen and all that sort of thing. But there was a whole different kind of radio going on during the days. They had all the soap operas and things like that. And boy, oh boy, I can remember not very often listening to those shows because I'd only get a chance to hear them if I was homesick from school. I'd have a cold or something in the morning, a sore throat, and I'd ask my mother, I'd say, I don't feel good. And she said, well, you can stay home today, but you can't play or you can't do anything. You got to stay in bed. But she did make one concession. She said the one thing I could do was to listen to the radio while I was quietly in bed. And with the radio, I didn't even have to have my eyes open, right? So they always let me change beds. I could go in my mother and dad's bed when I was homesick, a little change of pace. And they had a little nightstand next to the bed, and we put a little portable radio in there. Well, it wasn't really portable, it was a table radio. And I would listen to the radio shows. All the soap operas. One Man's Family. Well, that really wasn't much of a soap opera, but it was a great story. We used to listen to Young Widow Brown, The Romance of Helen Trent, Stella Dallas, Mary Noble, Backstage Wife, The Goldbergs, Our Gal Sunday, the girl from the little mining town out west who wanted to find happiness with rich and handsome Lord Henry Brinthorpe, who was Superman on another network. I listened to all those shows, and I'd listen avidly from morning till night. And I could really get involved with those shows. I listened to them, and I got right into it. By the next day, I was well again and went back to school, and I wasn't off school again for 4 months when maybe I had a head cold or something. My mother said I had to stay home. I could listen to radio again. And you know what? I'd get in bed, and I'd turn on the radio, and I could pick up all those stories just where I left them 4 months ago.
Oxydol's own Ma Perkins. And now for Ma Perkins. Well, is Ma going to learn the truth about the cousins at last? Yes, Ma told Shuffle that she would ask some questions about the matter of Sylvester denying that he took Willie's and Evie's money. We know that Sylvester did take that money, and Shuffle is sure of it. But Sylvester lied to Ma about it, and that's what Ma has promised to find out.
You know, it took Ma 9 months to find out about that. Oxydol's own Ma Perkins. Don't laugh. There was a pregnancy on that show that lasted 1.5 years, I think. Those soap operas, Just Plain Bill. Oh man, oh man. That was daytime radio. There was still another kind of radio that was best of all. We thought it was really, really best of all. It was what we called after-school radio. That was the good stuff. Boy, we'd race home after school and we'd listen to The Adventures of Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents Superman. And then we'd listen to Little Orphan Annie and Tom Mix and the Ralston Straight Shooters. There would be Tennessee Jed. Got him, Tennessee. Dead center. And there would be, Captain Midnight. Captain Midnight was great, too, because we had the decoders and the premiums and all that stuff. I always had to send away for the premiums. Except Kellogg's Pep was good because they packed the premium in the box. You'd get the little Pep pins that you'd pin to your beanie. And they had pictures of the cartoon characters on. Blondie and Dagwood and Skeezix and Winnie Winkle and Denny Dimwit. And had all kinds of other people. Like Superman was on there, too. Andy Gump, Smitty, Herbie. All of those folks. Or Kellogg's Pep would give you a model airplane packed right in the package of Pep. That's the greatest thing about Kellogg's Pep because you could get the premium right away. We loved the premiums. We didn't care much for the cereal. So in our pantry, on a shelf in our pantry, we had a long row of open but uneaten boxes of Kellogg's Pep. They were standing just behind the row of open but uneaten jars of Ovaltine. because Ovaltine sponsored Captain Midnight, and we had to send in the 2 inner seal rings from 2 jars of Ovaltine in order to get the Captain Midnight secret decoder. And you had to have the secret decoder because Captain Midnight used it in his story. He would be talking with Chuck about Ivan Shark, and they'd say, Ivan Shark has a 1942 secret decoder. And Captain Midnight would say, that's all right, Chuck, because we don't have to worry, because now we have a 1943 secret decoder, and Ivan Shark's will be obsolete. And I'd think, and I'd listen, and I'd say, my God, I've got the 1942 decoder, too. I have to get the 43 decoder. So I waited till the end of the show when the announcer, Pierre Andre, would tell us how to get the decoder. And he would say, send in the 2 inner seal rings from Ovaltine and mail it in with 1 thin dime to cover handling and postage. And then they'd send it. So on Tuesday night, I listened and I took down the address and I mailed in the 2 inner seal rings and the dime and I sent it away. And I was really burned up when Wednesday morning my decoder didn't come in the mail. And it didn't come Thursday and Friday, and I was driving my mother crazy waiting for the mail to come, waiting for my decoder. Finally, I'd meet the mailman on the front porch. I'd walk down the block and meet him there. One day at the post office, I was waiting for him, and he had a package for me, and it had Charles Shaden written on it. It was my name. You love to get mail when you're kids, you know. And I raced home with it. I knew it came from Ovaltine. It said, The Wander Company, Captain Midnight. I raced home, and I ran into my room. I closed the door, and I opened it up, and there it was, my 1943 secret decoder. And it was beautiful. A little secret compartment on it, little pin. And with it was a booklet in full color, Secret Squadron manual. And it told all the good things that the Secret Squadron does and what us Secret Squadron members should do. We should brush our teeth 3 times a day and obey our parents and observe the safety rules. And it also had the code. It printed the code, how we could decode it. So that night, when Captain Midnight was to come on the air again, I raced to the radio, and I had a whole stack of paper and about 4 well-sharpened pencils. I wouldn't want anything to happen to pencil break. I couldn't take down the code. At the end of the adventure, Pierre Andre would give the code. He'd say, set your decoder to A equals 14. And he read off the message. 27, 15, 9, 16, 24, 14. Got it! I'd get it, and I raced into my room. I slammed the door. I put the chair underneath the lock of the door, underneath the doorknob. I pulled down the Venetian blinds. I took out my Tom Mix flashlight, and I decoded the message, and it said, drink Ovaltine.
Yes, Captain Midnight, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, with the makers of Ovaltine, America's favorite food drink. Now, have you heard the news? The news about that marvelous new 2-piece, bright-colored shake-up mug Captain Midnight has for you? That big, handsome 2-in-1 shaker-upper you use to make ice-cold, chocolatey shake-ups to drink every day? Well, sir, Captain Midnight has one for you almost as a gift. And listen, it's something you want to stand in for tonight, for sure. Because, gee, will your eyes pop when you see it? It's probably different from anything you've ever seen. So listen carefully while I tell you just how swell it is. It's big, even bigger than a regular drinking glass. And it's bright colored. Bright orange bottom part and a brilliant blue shaker top. And it's decorated with the official Secret Squadron insignia. There's a handsome embossed medallion, full 1 3/4 inches across on the side of your mug, showing Captain Midnight's head, like the Lincoln head on a penny. Then, on the blue top, there's the Secret Squadron pledge in raised letters. And to make sure you know just what it's like, let me explain. It's a 2-in-1 shake-up mug. There are 2 separate parts to it. When the top and bottom are put together, it's a shaker. And when you take the top off, why, the bottom's your own special drinking mug. And remember, you can use your shake-up mug for years because it isn't made of ordinary glass or breakable china, but of a special, sturdy, durable, hard-to-break plastic. You can have one for just 15 cents in coin and the label from your jar of Ovaltine. Now, to get your shake-up mug and enjoy those wonderful ice-cold, creamy shake-ups, here's all you do. Just tear the label, the whole label from your jar of Ovaltine. Print your name, address, city, and state on the back of the label. Put the label in an envelope with 15 cents in coin and mail to Captain Midnight, Chicago, Illinois. Supplies of these swell shake-up mugs are limited, and I know you want to start enjoying those big ice-cold chocolatey shake-ups right away. So be sure you send in that Ovaltine label and 15 cents to Captain Midnight, Chicago, Illinois, this very night.
Oh, I had one of those too, shake-up mugs. They were 15 cents by that time. That wasn't Pierre Andre. That was Tom Moore, the announcer on that. That went 3 minutes. That was just the opening commercial and the plug for the Captain Midnight Ovaltine Premium there. That's funny. Those were good shows, though. We used to love those things. You really could get into it, you know. And you had a chance to use your imagination. That's the whole thing about radio. That's what's wrong with television. You can't use your imagination. This is Chuck Shaden helping you use your imagination every Saturday afternoon from 1 until 5 here on WNIB Chicago at FM 97. This is our 7th anniversary broadcast, our Those Were the Days program. Radio's all-time favorites came from Peoria, Illinois, up to Chicago back about early 1920s anyway. Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll were vaudevillians. They were entertainers, and they came to Chicago, got us a job at radio station WEBH. That was in the Edgewater Beach Hotel, EBH, and they were doing a pretty good job over there with some comedy and some singing and patter, little things like that. They got an offer to go over to WGN and do their thing there because they were very well appreciated by the audience. So they moved over there and became very popular. And the folks at WGN wanted them to see if they could develop a sketch based on the comic strip The Gumps. So they tried to develop characters, radio characters, for the Gumps comic strip in the Tribune, but they were not happy with it. They weren't successful with it. It just didn't work for them. So they said, we can't do this, but we've got another idea. Let us try something. So they tried to develop a couple of black characters for radio, which is interesting in itself, blackface characters for radio. And they called them Sam and Henry. And they got into little comedic situations, and they started catching on with the audience. And the people loved them. Oh, they were really good. Sam and Henry were popular. They were so popular, in fact, that the Chicago Tribune, which owned WGN, decided to have a comic strip called Sam and Henry, based on the radio characterizations of Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. And so they went on the radio for a long time with that, and they were doing very well when WMAQ approached them. And MAQ said, we're about to join the National Broadcasting Company, and if you fellows come over to work for us, soon you'll be able to be on the network, and you'll get much greater exposure and greater fame and bigger fortunes. And they thought, well, that's the thing for us to do. This is about 1928 or so. So they wanted to get out of their agreement with WGN. Now, they didn't have contracts in those days. They just had agreements. And it's a fine line, but that's what they had. So they went up to see the management of WGN, which was then located in the Drake Hotel building. They went up to the top floor of the Drake, and they told them what the situation was, that they had a good opportunity with WMAQ, and they wanted to leave GN. Well, GN was not happy because these guys were very good, and they were getting a big audience for this station. And GN said, well, we don't like the fact that you want to go, but we realize that we really can't hold you. However, we have copyrighted the name Sam and Henry in this comic strip and all of that, and so if you leave, you cannot take that name with you, Sam and Henry. Gosden and Correll figured, well, that's all right, we'll just change the names and go on. So they left. And they got in the elevator at the top of the Drake, and they looked at one another and said, well, what do we call our characters? I don't know, said Gosden. What do you think? Corral says, I don't know. And they happened to realize that the elevator operator, man they'd been familiar with for many years, his name was Amos. And it didn't register until they got to the lobby of the Drake Hotel, and the doors opened, and there was another man they had seen for many years mopping the floor in the lobby, and his name was Andy. And Gosden and Corral looked at one another and said, Amos and Andy? Amos and Andy? And Amos and Andy it was, and they have become the most popular things on radio for years and years and years. They were so popular that motion picture theaters advertised on the marquee that they would stop the movie and pipe in the Amos and Andy radio program, which came on a little after 10 o'clock every night, and then resume the film. Otherwise, people would not go to see the movie. Telephone usage dropped by 50% when Amos and Andy were on the radio. They were truly radio's all-time favorites.
7 million, 8 million, 10 million.
Is I blue? Is I blue? Tell everybody. Say, Andy, what is you figuring over there, son?
Well, Amos, now that we is in New York, I'm going into broker business. I'm figuring on the money I gonna make here. I'm counting on being another J. Ping Pong Morgan.
I think Wall Street, Andy, is a little too high for us, son, but I tell you what, we ought to get some kind of job.
Yeah, that's right. We don't want to keep on nibbling on our savings here.
You know, I got the evening paper here. I think we could look into help wanted ads, Andy, and see what they got in there.
Yeah, give me that thing. Let me see here. Look at this news item here. It say we is exporting cheese to France, and all the Frenchmen is happy about it.
Where do it say that, Andy?
Right here in this headline. Look at that. Thousands cheer as Limburger arrives in Paris.
Oh, no, Andy, that's Lindbergh.
Oh.
Yeah, the want ads is inside the paper, Andy, toward the back there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here we is.
Yeah. Say, look at that, Andy. They sure is a lot of ads for taxi cab drivers.
Yeah, you think we could get a job driving a cab, huh?
No, we got $400 saved, Andy, and I was just thinking, maybe me and you could get a cab of our own.
Buy a cab? Amos, check and double check.
Well, it was soon after this that Amos and Andy met one of their fabulous friends. It was Andy who met him first. One afternoon, Andy joined a crowd on the sidewalk watching a new skyscraper going up in downtown New York.
Boy, they sure puts these buildings up high. Yes, sir, they really up. Hey, excuse me for protruding, mister, but ain't you got a hold of my watch chain?
Your watch chain? So I does. Yeah, well, how you like that? Yeah, one of these solid gold cufflinks of mine must have hooked on your watch chain there.
It's lucky I done remembered what my grandmother told me before I left home. I got my watch chain attached to my underwear. As soon as I felt my BVDs creeping up on me, I know something was wrong.
Well, allow me to introduce myself, stranger. The name is Stephen, George Kingfish Stephen.
Kingfish?
Yeah, they call me that because I is the head of that great fraternity, the Mystic Knights of the Sea.
How you do? I is Andrew Hogg Brown from Marietta, Georgia. You see, me and my friend Amos Jones just got to New York, and we think about buying a taxi. I got $340 right here in my wallet.
Got $340, huh? Thinking about buying a taxi cab, yeah. Now, lucky you run into me, son. It just so happens that I got just the right car for you. No, I got...
Yes, sir, Amos. There she is, parked at the curb, our new taxi cab.
Yeah, well, I know this fella you called the Kingfish that you met give you a bargain, Andy, but the top of this thing is all sheared right off. Look at there. While you're driving, the breeze is going to come right in there and hit the passengers right in the face.
Well, now, that's all right, Amos. And you know what we can call it? The Fresh Air Taxi Cab Company of America, Incorporated.
Well, that's good, Andy. Let's start up the thing here and take a little ride. I want to hear that Stutz Bearcat engine, boy.
Yeah, let me open the door here.
Yeah, go ahead. Up to the Daisy. Pick up the door there, Andy.
Throw it in the back seat. Now, let me get the thing started.
Yeah, start up. Holy mackerel, Andy. Listen to that Bearcat motor.
Yeah, it sounds like the bear is chasing that cat all around the place.
Andy, she's boiling over.
Uh-oh, there go the radiator cap.
There goes the radiator, too, Andy. Look at that, Andy, the flame.
Yeah, let me...
Radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Incidentally, that little excerpt there is from their 10,000th radio broadcast, which is part of our cassette family pack for the month of May. If you have our May Nostalgia newsletter, you can see what we are offering, and we'll tell you about that next week when May gets here. But that's quite a broadcast, and it has that little excerpt and many other things in it, too. This is Chuck Shaden on our Those Were the Days program, WNIB Chicago, at FM 97. Speaking of cassettes, our cassette tape of the month for April, and this is the very last day that we'll be able to talk about it, is a very good one. Before we were mentioning Fred Allen. Well, Fred Allen is the star of our tape for April. He's the star of a full hour of comedy from 1938 on Town Hall Tonight with Portland Hoffa and the Mighty Allen Art Players. It's our cassette tape of the month for April, and here's a little scene from that show.
Presenting that mad Mary Mountebank, mumbling mealy mimicries, mouthing mighty manifestos, muttering multitudinous microphonies, Manchester's mummer, Maine's Mickey Moose.
What's his name again?
I'll have it in a minute.
Coming
Maine's
up.
Mickey Moose, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, when you've come to the end of a perfect day, there's nothing like gumming the whole thing up by tuning into the old town hall.
That's Fred Allen on Town Hall Tonight on our cassette tape for April. $5 from the Hall Closet, Box 421, Morton Grove, 60053. Well, unless you race over to your nearest Northwest Federal Savings office today, you won't be able to get it anymore because this is the last day of April. You can still visit our MGM shop at our new location, 5941 West Irving Park Road, and we'll have it there for you, too. 60 minutes of good radio comedy with Fred Allen and Town Hall Tonight, our April cassette tape of the month. $5 from the Hall Closet, Box 421, Morton Grove, 60053. We've been doing an awful lot of reminiscing this afternoon, hopefully reminding you of the good old days, days that we shared together, individually and collectively together. In a little while, we're going to open up our telephones for your comments and your memories, and we'll share them with you. We've had lots of calls all afternoon, and because we've been kind of tied to the microphone this afternoon chatting with you, we haven't had a chance to get to everybody who called. So later on, 15 or 20 minutes, perhaps you'd like to share some memories with us, and then we'll put you on the air, and we'll have a nice little kind of a town hall meeting of our club, right? Our nostalgia get-togethers here on Saturday afternoons. When we talk about the golden age of radio and the big radio broadcast, inevitably, and many of the things that we've talked about so far this afternoon, I speak of if I'm asked or invited to make a personal appearance someplace before a club or an organization or a group. I talk about these things, and people invariably come up to me and say, well, gee, you forgot to mention this, or you didn't say that, or you didn't include this one or that one. Well, you know, there were 4 networks programming programs like this 7 days a week, day and night, plus hundreds, literally hundreds of independent stations broadcasting programs. So there were thousands and thousands of programs on, different programs, over the years, and it's impossible to include everybody or a mention of everything. But sometimes we get through something and we think, who have we missed? Who haven't we mentioned? Well, there are thousands that we haven't mentioned so far this afternoon. But radio and the good old days could not have been quite as good without a man whose talents were unusually foreign to radio, Edgar Bergen. Now, you never thought that a ventriloquist would be able to make it on radio. I mean, it's all visual, right? Wrong, said Edgar Bergen, and we're going to prove it right now.
Oh, it's a good day for singing a song. It's a good day.
Young man,
Hoist the storm warnings.
do you know what time you came in last night?
No, sir. And I'm sorry, too. I'm truly sorry, sir. You see, my Mickey Mouse watch stopped. I forgot to put some cheese in it.
You were out after midnight, weren't you?
Well, now, you see, would you rephrase that question so there's an escape hatch in it? All right.
I want to know what you were doing out till midnight.
Oh, you want to know?
I want to know, yes.
You know, you are the nosiest old thing.
Come on, now, what was it, Charlie?
Well, I was, let's see. I was at the library. Yeah, that's it. That's pretty good, huh?
At the library?
Yeah.
The library closes at 9. Now, you were out till 12. How do you account for the other 3 hours?
The librarian.
I
slipped out of it, didn't I?
All right. Another lie. Yes. Young man, every time you lie, the devil laughs.
Yeah?
Yes.
I sure must keep the old boy in stitches.
Well, Charlie, I'm afraid lying is your weak point.
Yeah?
Yes. Your vulnerable spot. Your Achilles' heel.
Who's the heel?
No. Surely you know the story of Achilles.
No, sir.
The story of Achilles was a favorite among the old Greeks.
Yeah, well, go find yourself an old Greek and tell it to him.
How shall I start?
From a crouch.
No.
I think you're going to have to make a quick getaway.
No. Many moons ago...
Many moons ago?
Yes.
What happened to Once Upon a Time? That's been good for years.
I'm starting this story differently.
Oh.
Many moons ago, there was a little boy named Achilles.
Yeah?
And to make him invulnerable, his mother took him to the river Styx.
To the what?
Yeah. The river Styx.
Oh, yeah. Well, at low tide, they sometimes
The river is mythological.
Is that anywhere near the Mississippi?
No. You know, Charlie, if you interrupt, I can't tell the story.
Yeah. You catch on quick, don't you?
I'll go on. That's my boy.
Yes.
Now, let's see, where was I?
I don't know. You were stuck up the creek without a story.
When Achilles' mother got to the river, she held him by the heels, plunged him headfirst into the river. Do you know why?
Yeah, the salmon were running and she couldn't afford bait.
No. No, she did it to make him invulnerable.
Oh, this is a goodie, isn't it?
Yes. Nothing could harm Achilles. Arrows bounced off his chest and spears could not pierce him. But one day,
he was crossing the street, a woman driver, bang, that's all. No.
One day, he met his worst enemy. His name was Paris.
Ah, yes.
Paris pulled an arrow out of his quiver, aimed carefully, and
he shot an arrow, injured Achilles. I can't mention where.
He shot Achilles in the heel.
Uh-huh.
The wound was fatal. And as Achilles lay dying, do you know what he said?
My feet are killing me. No. That was pretty good.
As he lay dying, he said, "It can't be true. I refuse to die. I won't die."
Oh, go ahead and die already. You'll louse up the story if you don't. All right.
But Paris stood triumphantly over him. Achilles' eyes finally closed.
And that was the last time he saw Paris.
He died because his heel was his weakness. And like Achilles, you have your weakness, telling lies.
Your weakness is telling stories.
Mortimer, I've heard there was a blessed event on your farm. Oh, yeah. Did your cow calve? No, she didn't, no. But one of my pigs pigged. Is that so? Yeah. I got an awful hungry baby pig on my hands now.
What's the reason?
Well, you see, its mother had 13 baby pigs.
I see.
And she's only able to set 12 places, you see. Mortimer, I'd say the mother was a Pole in China because she set 12 plates. Yeah. Well, that was a joke, Mortimer. Oh, a joke. Yeah. Oh, please don't, Mr. Durgan. That makes me hurt. It makes you hurt. Why? That joke? No. The sword I swallowed this afternoon. A sword? Yeah. Now, just a minute. How in the world did you happen to swallow a sword? Well, how did it happen? Huh? Yeah. Well, you see, it started out, I had eggs for breakfast. Well, that was 3 days ago I had what was the query? I want to know about that sword. Oh, yeah, that sword, yeah. Well, Charlie is starting a circus in the backyard.
I see.
Yeah, and he made me the sword swallower.
I see. It's Charlie again.
Yeah, well, quite a boy, yeah.
Don't you know swallowing a sword is dangerous?
No, I know it is, yeah. I got the hiccups and almost stabbed the fella, yeah.
Well, Mortimer, there is nothing more dangerous in the circus except perhaps being shot out of a cannon.
Well, that was my first promotion.
Yeah. You mean Charlie talked you into being shot out of a cannon?
Yeah. Yeah, he said if I'd stick with him, I'd go places. Yeah. Boy, that's living, riggy-diggy.
Yeah. Weren't you scared in the cannon?
Well, just to the dark, that's all. Yeah. So I lit a match.
You lit a match. When a lighted match gets near gunpowder, it goes off.
Yep. That's the way it goes, yeah.
It could blow you sky high.
Yep. That's the way I went, yeah. About a half a mile ahead of my pants I went.
So the explosion blew your trousers off.
Yeah. There I was in the longies, flying with the flaps down.
Weren't you hurt when you finally came down?
Oh, no, I was lucky.
You're lucky.
Yeah. I broke the fall with my head.
So you risked your life.
Yeah.
And how much did Charlie give you for doing that?
Oh, 25 cents.
You did that for 25 cents?
Well, now, don't forget, us human cannonballs come high.
Yeah, I see. Mortimer, do you know Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus?
Yeah. I'd kind of like to join up with them.
Well, you can't. They've already opened at Madison Square Garden. But they pay a daredevil like you thousands of dollars.
So you see, Charlie fooled you again.
Yeah, I guess he did it that. Well, you know the old saying, you can fool some of the people some of the time, you can fool some people sometime. Well, so what? So you can fool me all the time. I don't know.
Edgar Bergen with his two friends, right? Mortimer Snerd and Charlie McCarthy. Certainly three people who made radio's golden age that much brighter. You have to say that there are three people. Edgar Bergen is a genius. He really is. I love it. You've heard him when he makes a mistake, when Bergen flubs a line or something like that, and Charlie comes back at him and says something about it, and Bergen laughs. I mean, you know that there's only one man there, but it's impossible to believe it. Those were the days, huh? This is Chuck Shaden with our 7th anniversary broadcast this afternoon on WNIB Chicago at FM 97. Nice things happen to people. Nice things happen to me, I'll tell you that. A moment ago, just after the Bergen and McCarthy segment began, a man popped into the studio here, and he had a gigantic box in his arms, and he gave it to me, and he says, "Congratulations, happy 7th anniversary," and he was out the door like a flash, and looked at the box, and it's a great big cake, a gigantic anniversary cake, a big sheet cake, must have filling in it and everything else, beautifully decorated, and it says, "Happy 7th anniversary to Chuck Shaden from the Steinmetz Alumni Association." Well, we spent many happy years, too many, no, we spent 4 very happy years at Steinmetz High School, and trying to figure out, these folks, the nice people at the Alumni Association, have honored us with an anniversary cake for a number of years, and we're trying to figure out how long it's been. I think for the past 6 years, these people have been bringing anniversary cakes in to us on our anniversary, and that's very nice. We sure appreciate that. It's nice to be remembered by your old high school, you know, Steinmetz High School. I'm going over there next month, May sometime. There's a class of, there's a whole group of students over there studying contemporary American history. So they've invited me in. They're going to be talking about the 40s, I think, the 1940s. So I'm going back to for a day. I'll eat in the lunchroom again. I'll probably get mashed potatoes and gravy, French fried potatoes, and Barley's grape. That's we'd bring a sandwich from home. My mother would make me a sandwich. She'd wrap it in waxed paper. They didn't have the baggies and all that stuff then. Waxed paper, and she'd put a banana in there maybe, and maybe some cookies or something. And then she'd wrap that in the, I'm just thinking about it. She'd wrap it in the movie section of the newspaper. She'd wrap the lunch in the movie section of the newspaper. So then when I was having lunch, I would read the movies. I would love the movies and all that stuff. And then you'd open your lunch, you'd get in line, and you'd buy a dish of mashed potatoes and gravy or some slop. The French fries were always very soggy at Steinmetz, soggy French fries, but they were great. And you get Barley's Pop, and I always thought that was kind of classy to have soda pop that was not carbonated, and it had the wide mouth bottle, you know. And only a big mouth guy like me could get that whole thing. You know? See, I said what you're thinking. It's very nice. I appreciate that very much from the Steinmetz Alumni Association, Charles Roll and the committee, Barbara Dixon Campbell, and some other folks from my era and before and after to remember us on our anniversary. I appreciate that very much. Also talk about Edgar Bergen, a fellow who is a young man who I met some years ago by the name of Brian Hamilton, came into the studio this afternoon too, and he had a little gift for us on our 7th anniversary. Brian is a man who started listening to our broadcast, he said, when he was in the 6th grade, and he's in college now, and he is a ventriloquist, and he even appeared on our show one Saturday afternoon with a couple of other kids. They had written a script, a contemporary takeoff of a soap opera, and they called it As the Worm Squirms, and it was silly and it was funny. But I would have given my right arm when I was in 6th or 7th grade to have been able to be on the radio with a little thing that I had written and produced, so we thought we'd let these guys come up and do it. And it was bad, but it was fun, and they had a good time, and we turned them on the radio, and Brian has been a constant listener. He's very much into One Man's Family and I Love a Mystery, and he is a ventriloquist. He performs at various functions. He also makes the ventriloquist characters, and he's done some work on Charlie McCarthy for Edgar Bergen, and he works on other figures for other people. And he came into the studio today, and he said, I got a little something for you that's carved out of the same kind of wood that's made out of, that they make Charlie McCarthy figures out of. And it stands about 8 inches tall, and it's one of those classic cathedral radios, a little cathedral radio in very good detail. And sitting on top of the cathedral radio is Chuck Shaden, a little caricature figure of me with the glasses and the beard and the red sport coat and the blue trousers and the blue suede shoes. I don't know. And the keychain hanging down to the zoot suits with the reed pleat, you know. And there's a little pennant in the little dummy here, the little figure of Shaden that says, Long live TWTD. Can you see that? I'll hold it up to the microphone here. It's really nice. It's a little wooden likeness of me. It's the kind of a gift that comes from the heart, from someone, and it reaches the heart of the person receiving it. And I really appreciate that. I think I'm going to bring it along to the Memory Club tonight. If you come, I'll let you see this. It's got to go to a very special place in my collection, in the hall closet, in a nice shelf with maybe a little pin spot shining down over it. Thank you, Brian Hamilton, for that gift, and to the Alumni Association, too, for the goodies. This is Chuck Shaden on our 7th anniversary here on WNIB Chicago at FM 97. Two of the world's greatest entertainers are on the cover of our Nostalgia newsletter and radio guide for May, Al Jolson and Eddie Cantor. And that's just the beginning of the good reading and good entertainment that you'll find in our Nostalgia guide for May. A 1-year subscription is only $7, and you can subscribe right now when you call 545-2260. That's the number here of our Nostalgia Broadcast Center. Articles from and about the past, plus the complete listing of our Monday through Saturday old-time radio broadcast schedule. 545-2260. Give us your name and address. Your subscription will start with the big May issue. We'll include an invoice along with your first copy. 545-2260. Articles from and about the past. Lots of good things in our May issue. Call us at 545-2260. A year's subscription, just $7. If you like, you can send $7 to Nostalgia Newsletter, Box 421, Morton Grove, 60053. But if you call us now, we'll make sure that May issue gets in the mail at the beginning of the week, and you'll have it real fast. 545-2260.
A green bumblebee. He hunts the biggest of all game. Come on, Cato. Let's step through the secret panel in the rear of the closet in our bedroom.
Yes, but Mr. Blitt.
Not now, Cato. Let's move quickly through this narrow passageway built within the walls of our apartment building.
But Mr. Blitt must say...
Never mind, Cato. This passage leads to an adjoining, supposedly abandoned building where we have our sleek, superpowered automobile.
But Mr. Blitt should know
Not
that...
now, Cato. We must drive quickly to Northwest Federal Savings to take advantage of a wide variety of savings programs.
But Mr. Blitt...
Hurry, Cato. Press that special button and a section of the wall will lift automatically.
But Mr. Blitt, the button...
Never mind, Cato. We've got to hurry to Northwest Federal. I'll press that button myself.
Mr. Blitt, the button not work.
Not work? Don't be silly, Cato. It always works for the green bumblebee. Cato, we're off to Northwest Federal.
But Mr. Blitt, the wall...
At 4901 Irving Park Road.
Mr. Blitt, the wall...
1 block west of Cicero.
Mr. Blitt, the wall... Mr. Blitt?
I know, Cato, I know. Just hand me a Northwest Federal save-by-mail envelope, will you?
What you think I am? Faithful valet?
Northwest Federal Savings, serving you 63 hours a week in Chicago, Edison Park, Des Plaines, Norridge, and Arlington Heights. And tonight in the community room at Northwest Federal Savings at 4901 West Irving Park Road in Chicago, we have our Memory Club movie. This is the Army, a classic rarely seen since World War II, an all-star feature produced for the government in the midst of the war. Music is by Irving Berlin, who sings "Oh, How I Hate to Get Up in the Morning," and presents "I Left My Heart at the Stage Door Canteen," "The Army's Made a Man Out of Me," "God Bless America," sung by Kate Smith, "How About a Cheer for the Navy," and "With My Head in the Clouds," "My Sergeant and I Are Buddies," "That Russian Winter," and "That's What the Well-Dressed Man in Harlem Will Wear." And the cast is great, too. George Murphy, Joan Leslie, George Tobias, Alan Hale, Charles Butterworth, Dolores Costello, Una Merkel, Rosemary DeCamp, Ruth Donnelly, Frances Langford, Gertrude Neeson, and many others. We have Lieutenant Ronald Reagan, Sergeant Joe Lewis, Sergeant Ezra Stone. Boy, what a wonderful cast. A beautiful movie. It's in beautiful Technicolor from 1943. I hope you can come see it. Doors open at 7:30. Film begins at 8 o'clock. Dues are $1.25 a meeting, payable at the door of the Memory Club. This is Chuck Shaden on our 7th anniversary broadcast on WNIB Chicago at FM 97. Well, we've been doing a lot of reminiscing for about the first half of the show here today, talking about some things that we found interesting and a little bit of the scene, how we kind of got to what we were doing here and all of that sort of business. Maybe you have some memories. Perhaps we have stimulated some reminiscences on your part this afternoon. Perhaps you have a comment to make, a question that you want answered. You've tried to get through and hadn't before. Well, we're going to have an open line segment of our program now. If you have something to contribute to our show and you'd like to talk about it on the air, just give us a call now at our Nostalgia Broadcast Center at 545-2260. It's an anniversary show. We're having a little party, so maybe you can be part of it on the air. 545-2260 if you have some comment to make that's pertaining to the things that we share together. 545-2260. And while we're waiting for a call or two to come in, see if you remember these.
That little chatterbox, the one with baby auburn locks. Who can it be? It's little Orphan Annie. She is Andy makeup hair. They never seem to have a care. Cute little she, it's little Orphan Annie. Cheeks of rosy glow, there's a store of healthiness and eyesight, always on the go. If you want to know, up goes Sandy. She and Sandy make love there. They never seem to have a care. Cute little she, it's little Orphan Annie. Of rosy glow, there's a store of healthiness and eyesight, always on the go. If you want to know, up goes Sandy, always wears a sunny smile. Now wouldn't it be worth your while if you could be like little Orphan Annie? Little she, it's little Orphan Annie.
Little Orphan Annie, remember her? They sung the words so clearly you could hear every word on that, couldn't you? That's nice. This is Chuck Shaden with our Those Were the Days program on WNIB Chicago at FM 97. Full contingent of telephone lines all lighted up before us here. We'll get to the phones in just a moment. Got to tell you about a space problem we have. We had at our Metro-Goldwyn Memory Shop, so we solved it by moving. That's right, we've moved to a bigger and better location at 5941 West Irving Park Road, just east of Austin. It's our all-new good old Metro-Goldwyn Memory Shop, and you'll be amazed at our supply of new things to bring back the old times and old things to provide more good times. We have hundreds of recordings of old-time radio shows on cassette, 8-track tape, and on LP records, plus big band, soundtrack, and personality recordings. Movie posters, magazines, books, cards, games, great jigsaw puzzles, gifts, and novelties. It's all there, and it's waiting for you at our bigger and better Metro-Goldwyn Memory Shop, now open for business at our new location, 5941 West Irving Park Road, just east of Austin. Pay us a visit real soon, won't you? And our MGM shop is now open 7 days a week, Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., Saturday from 10 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. We're open right now. We'll be open this evening till 7:30. And tomorrow, Sundays, from noon to 5. Come in and see all the goodies at our good old Metro-Goldwyn Memory Shop in our brand new location, 5941 West Irving Park Road, 10 blocks west of Northwest Federal Savings, just east of Austin. Metro-Goldwyn Memories, the MGM shop. Chuck Shaden here on our Those Were the Days program. We got an open line going, and we're talking with Dan Silvley, right?
Yes.
Is that right, Dan?
Yes, that's right. I was wondering if you knew that Let's Pretend is still on the radio in Chicago.
Let's Pretend is still on the radio in Chicago. You're talking about Herman the Hermit?
No, this is the one where they would take a trip to a fairy tale.
No, I know. I know the series. Let's Pretend. There's a fella on a station on WWMM in Arlington Heights.
No, I was thinking of WBEZ. My daughter Melanie wrote to the station. They sent her a list of all the programs and the different fairy tales that were going to be on.
And BEZ is sponsoring it, or presenting it.
Yes, it's a public radio station.
I know. Oh, we did a series on BEZ for a long time. When are they running Let's Pretend?
It's on 12:30, and I'm not sure of the day. I think it's Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Oh, that's terrific. In 12:30 in the afternoon.
And 3:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, twice a day.
I'm not certain of that, but my daughter is a regular listener.
Oh, that's super. And these are these the transcriptions of the old shows, or are they the new recordings of the Let's Pretend stories?
I believe they're the transcriptions of the old shows, and they have a new lead-in. And at the end of the show, instead of commercials, you ask the children questions about the shows to make it an educational device.
Hey, that's sensational. I was not aware of that, and I appreciate the information on that. Dan, where are you from?
I was born in Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm living here in Rogers Park now.
In Rogers Park. Well, let's see. We got a couple of tickets for you to go see Cap Streeter, a new Chicago musical presented by the Dingle Fest Theater Company at the Theater Building, 1225 West Belmont in Chicago. Also, we got a couple of, we got a dinner for two for you at the Pequod Pizza Restaurant and Radio Museum in Morton Grove.
Oh, thank you.
Get over there and take a look at all the old radios that Bert Katz has over there, and appreciate the information on Let's Pretend. Thanks very much for calling us.
You're welcome.
Have a nice day. That was Dan Sivley, S-I-V-L-E-Y, of Chicago. And Let's Pretend, huh? I wonder if anyone out there in our audience this afternoon has a WBEZ program guide. They know they have a monthly publication. Check that out for us and find out if that specifically is the date. He says his daughter listens at 12:30 or at 3:30 Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That's very good. Well, let's see who else we have on the air this afternoon at 545-2260. This is John Dankowitz.
Yeah.
How are you, John?
Okay, Chuck. Wondering, what does the AAF? You mentioned that before on the radio thing. The stations, you mentioned WAAF. I never heard.
The call letters, you mean? What do they stand for?
What is? Yeah.
I'm not familiar with WAAF. That one I don't know. I know some of the others. WJJD. Now that's not answering your question, but JJD was owned by the Loyal Order of Moose, the fraternal organization, and JJD was James J. Davis, the Secretary of the Interior of the United States, who was a great member of that lodge. But WAAF, I don't know, and maybe someone can help us on that. We'll see if we can get an answer for you.
Why did you start taping the Morning Hall Closet programs?
We tape the morning show because we find it impossible for us to do that live anymore. As you may know, we have joined the staff of Northwest Federal Savings, and we're working over there full time, and just can't possibly do that show live anymore. So we've pre-recorded it. We figured it was better for us to pre-record it than not do it, and so that's the way it is.
Okay.
Thanks very much, John. Appreciate the call.
Thanks.
And Chuck Shaden with you on our TWTD program this afternoon. Let's see what's next here. Good afternoon. Your name is Len Kamisic?
That's right.
What can I do for you, Len?
I got two questions. One, have you ever come across any Herb Schreiner records? He would have been probably appropriate in some of his stuff to politics today. And he used to play a harmonica.
Yes, Herb Schreiner was mostly came into prominence in the television years of the 50s.
He did have a radio program for a while, I recall.
He did. Must have been when, late 40s?
It was about a 15-minute program, probably in 42, 43, somewhere in there.
I'm not familiar with it at all, and I've seen I've listed a lot of programs. I haven't seen that. I've heard Herb occasionally as a guest on an Armed Forces radio show, Command Performance or something like that, but not specifically the Herb Schreiner show.
Did he ever make any records?
He did make some records. Yeah, Herb Schreiner made a few records in the 50s after he was on the television series. He did a kind of a Groucho Marx kind of a television series where he had a guest. And he would ask questions about it and that sort of thing, you know.
The other question I had was regarding, I believe it was Carol Channing. This wouldn't be on the radio, but I've heard it played on the radio. Carol Channing and Eddie Bracken made some kind of a, probably might have been a play, but it was about a cat, Mehitabel the cat. And what I'm trying to do is find out the name of the play.
That wasn't Bell, Book, and Candle, was it? I know that was a kind of a witchcraft story with the cat.
It was just the two of them on the record, as I recall.
Oh, no, that I wouldn't know about that. Maybe someone will know and can give us a call. Thanks very much for calling in.
Sure enough.
Right. And we're having a little open line session this afternoon on our Those Were the Days program. Let's see who we have over here. This is Rose Conrad.
Oh.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Oh, just great. I'm a carrier at Dunning Station, just west of your MGM station, shop.
Oh, the post office.
Right.
The Dunning post office.
I had a question a couple of weeks ago, and we have plenty of my age group there, but nobody could answer it.
Okay, we'll try.
The question of teapots came up, and I remembered a band singer, Ronnie something, who sang I'm a Little Teapot. It was more or less a theme song. And I saw it on the stage of the Chicago Theater.
Ronnie?
His first name was Ronnie, and he sounded a lot like Wee Bonnie Baker.
I know that.
With, pantomime and everything. And it was a big band number.
Uh-huh. I know the tune. That's a familiar tune, but I don't know who you're talking about. Ronnie.
Well, nobody remembers this band singer, so I guess he couldn't have been as big as I thought he was.
Now, did you say it sounded like Bonnie Baker?
His voice sounded a lot like Bonnie Baker,
Uh-huh.
the particular tone she had.
Yeah, Wee Bonnie Baker. Boy, I don't know. Do you remember that? Can you remember the tune? Would you sing it?
I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle, here is my spout. He did it with all the little motion. And you see it now on children's programs because kids love it. But that's when it started. That was when entertainment was going down to see a band show on the Chicago stage.
Oh, sure. Well, that was
the first time you saw Danny Thomas with, Stop the World, I Want to Get Off.
It was
like that.
a big treat to go down to the Chicago Theater, right?
You had radio and you had the Chicago Theater.
Yeah. What else could we want, huh?
Right.
Rose, your last name is Conrad. Whereabouts do you live?
I'm over on 6300 Roscoe.
I see. Well, I'll tell you what. We'd like you to go over to Morton Grove sometime to the Pequod Pizza Restaurant and have a nice pizza dinner there and take a look at the old radios over there. I think they'll bring back some memories for you. And thanks for singing. I don't know if you can get a cup of tea over there or not, but if you do your jingle there, they might get you one.
Someday I'll find someone who remembers.
Okay, we'll try for you. Thanks.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
thank you.
Right. Chuck Shaden with you on our Those Were the Days program this afternoon on WNIB Chicago, FM 97. We're talking with Julius McGill now, right?
Yeah,
How are you today?
I'm doing fine, Chuck.
Okay, what can I do for you?
I just want to call and tell you how much I appreciate you putting on your programs because, frankly, I grew up and I really enjoyed it under that radio era. And my kids are, listening to your programs now. And I'll be very frank, they're some of your best fans, and they really appreciate your programs. And we literally threw out our television sets.
You threw out your television set?
Yeah, we threw out our television sets, and we just mainly listened to your tapes and your programs. And I'm telling you, since then, my kids' grades in school have really enhanced. I mean, they've really gone up tremendously. And really and truthfully, I couldn't tell you how many words I'm grateful to your program.
Well, I'm grateful to you for those comments. That's very kind of you to say that. We think that the material that we offer spans the time gap from all those from the years, and though, as I said earlier this afternoon, way back around 1 o'clock, I thought initially that our only audience would be people who actually remembered the shows, but we have found that there's a lot of folks out there who never had the chance to hear them and who never had a chance to get their imaginations going, who have found us and enjoy it. And I think it's a tribute to the quality of the old radio shows themselves that make them last so long.
One other little comment I'd like to make is
Sure.
Originally when that First Nighter program went on,
Uh-huh.
it was my uncle, whose name is Harry McGill, was making the First Nighter Cosmetics, and he originally started this here First Nighter, and another uncle, Jack, under an alias name, used to write the programs that originally I think was on WGN.
He really did, huh?
Right. And
Why
then
did he use an alias, or was it just a...
He was a lawyer, you see.
Oh, and he didn't want...
He didn't want to use his name, so he...
a nom de plume, huh?
Yeah.
A nom de radio.
And I guess this was during the early part of the Depression, and I guess the First Nighter Cosmetic Company went kind of kaput, but the program kept on going very great, and he wrote a lot of the different plays that they had.
Well, First Nighter got its big start in Chicago, and interestingly enough, though the show was set in the Great White Way of New York, it was never broadcast out of New York, only Chicago and then later Hollywood.
Right.
Thanks very much for your call and those nice words. I really appreciate it.
Okay,
Have a nice day. Julius McGill adding something to our program this afternoon. We got lots of callers lined up and want to talk to some more folks, but we want to take a little slight detour now as we see if you can remember... if you remember these.
Saturday morning serials, chapters 1 through 15. Fly paper, penny loafers, Lucky Strike green. Flat tops, sock hops, Studebaker, Pepsi, please. Ah, do you remember these? Cigar bands on your hand, your daddy's socks roll down. Sticks, no plugs, and aviator caps with flaps that button down. Movie stars on Dixie cup tops and knickers to your knees. Ah, do you remember these? The hit parade, grape truade, the Sadie Hawkins dance. Pedal pushers, ducktail hair, and begging your pants. Howdy doody, tutti fruity, the seam up the back of her hose. Ah, do you remember those?
James Dean, he was keen, Sunday movies were taboo. The senior prom, Judy's mom, rock and roll was new. Cracker Jack Price, stars in your eyes, ask Daddy for the keys. Ah, do you remember these?
The boogeyman, lemonade standing, taking your tonsils out. Engine burning, wait your turn, and 4 foul balls you're out. Cigarette loads and secret codes and saving lucky stars. Can you remember back that far?
boat-neck shirts and fender skirts and crinoline petticoats. Mom's a word and a dirty bird and a double root beer float. Moon hug caps and loud heel taps, and he's a real gone cat. Ah, do you remember that? Dancing close, little moron jokes and cooties in her hair. Captain Midnight, Ovaltine, and the whip at the county fair. Charles Atlas course, Roy Rogers horse, and only the shadow knows. Ah, do you remember those? Gable's charm, frog in your arm, loud mufflers, bitchin' woo. Going steady, Veronica and Betty, white bucks and blue suede shoes. Knock, knock jokes, who's there? Dewey.
Dewey who?
Dewey, remember these? Yes, we do. Why do we remember these?
Oh, do we remember these? Now, those were the Statler Brothers with a tune that has become kind of a secondary theme song for us. Enjoy that very much, and I enjoy sharing it with you. Chuck Shaden here with our Those Were the Days program on WNIB Chicago at FM 97. Every single phone line into our studio is jammed, and we'll get to the phones. It's nice to hear from so many nice people this afternoon. We'll get to the phones in just a moment after this.
We take pride in what we do. That's why we do our best for you. That's the proud, proud feeling of Frigidaire.
See us during Frigidaire Best Value Days and save up to $100 on appliances you'll be proud to own. Save up to $100 on our biggest side-by-side 100% frost-proof refrigerator freezer, our Frigidaire ceramic top range with a work-saving electric clean oven, or Frigidaire's best washer with its exclusive jet cone agitator and the matching dryer. See us now. Discover why you'll be as proud to own Frigidaire appliances as we are to sell them.
It's a proud, proud feeling. Get that proud, proud feeling of owning Frigidaire.
Make yourself the proud owner of a fine Frigidaire appliance for less during Frigidaire Best Value Days. Townhouse TV and Appliances at 7243 Touhy Avenue, just west of Harlem. They're open Monday, Thursday, and Friday nights till 9, Saturday until 5. This is Chuck Shaden, and we're talking with Maureen Grady. How are you, Maureen?
Fine, thank you, Chuck.
And you have something to add to our show today?
Yes, I was looking through the WBEZ radio guide. I have it for the month of May. And at first I couldn't find Let's Pretend, but while I was waiting for you, I find it here on Tuesdays at 3:30.
Tuesday at 3:30.
Right. That's Let's Pretend. That was the program you were asking.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Oh, fine. Did you ever hear Let's Pretend?
No, I didn't. Never heard of it before.
Never heard of Let's Pretend.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
What would you think? Are you from the States?
No, I'm from England, and what I was going to suggest,
Mhm.
WBEZ also has an old radio program from England. It was made around the middle of the 1950s, and it's with some stars that probably are not famous at all in the United States. The only one that people here would be familiar with is Peter Sellers.
You're talking about the Goon Show.
Right.
Now, when are they running the Goon Show?
That's on Wednesdays at 6:30.
Wednesday at 6:30.
Right.
You have to be. You have to listen very closely, right?
I think the first couple of times you probably listen to it, you won't think it's at all funny, and maybe you won't be able to even understand what they're saying. But once you get into the mood of the show, which is pretty crazy, then you might be able to pick up some of the jokes.
You know, Maureen, I have a pretty good collection of Goon Show broadcasts
Oh, do you?
in my hall closet.
You never played any, have you?
No, I haven't, for
Oh.
that same reason, just what we're talking about. It's very difficult to get to them and to listen carefully. And there is even one show that is an explanation of the Goon shows.
Oh,
it's like
really?
the first show or whatever it is, and explains the whole business, and it's pretty wacky, and it's very funny. It's off the wall, British humor.
Right. Well, you know, Chuck, this used to be broadcast on British television as well. It was a puppet show, and they
kidding.
used the voices of Peter Sellers and Spike Milligan and Ray Ellington, and it was just going on as a puppet show.
How long have you been over here?
About 10 years now.
About 10 years. I detected immediately a little continental
Just a little
style to your voice
You
there.
also had the other English program they put on, I'm Sorry, I'll Read That Again, on Friday nights at 6:30.
That's on the Be Easy.
Right. That's also an old radio program from England, which Laugh-In, I think, is a takeoff on the same program, because their format, the format for Laugh-In, is exactly the same as this, I'm Sorry, I'll Read That Again. It's the same setup where they go through a little scene or tell a few stand-up jokes and flip from one thing to another, to another, to another. So that might be of interest to your listeners, too.
Well, we appreciate all the information there.
Okay, I'd like to thank you for putting on a good show. We listen to you all the time.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Chuck.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's Maureen Grady, who is on the payroll of WBEZ. No. One of the nice things about BEZ is that they do have so many interesting, varied programs. We did our When Radio Was Radio series on there for about 3 years, and I expect that they will be rerunning our series on there too. But I don't know when. We did 2 years. We did 2 years worth of programs, actually about 115-hour-long shows for them, and they reran half of them, I believe. So it took us 3 years to roll through all of that. And then they put it on the shelf of their closet for a while, possibly to make way for Let's Pretend and the Goon Show and some other things. So that's good. We'll have to find out about Let's Pretend. Let's find out for something else from another listener who's calling on the next line here. This is Mary Ann Pedersoli. Hello? Mary Ann? Mary Ann's not there. So let's see who's on line 3. Is this Dorothy Jarris? Is this Dorothy Jarris?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Dorothy. How are you?
Fine. How are you?
Okay. What can we do for you today?
Well, first I want to tell you how much I enjoy the program.
Thank you.
As a parent now, I can appreciate the radio as a babysitter. I'm only sorry the kids don't get the same benefit as from radio, because you do have to use your imagination. What I was wondering about, I don't know if you've ever replayed it. I don't know what year it was on. I think it was Lights Out. It was about the last 2 people on Earth. I think it was with Anthony Quinn and Nina Foch, and they're locked up in this little small room, and the rats are nibbling at the door. And if you take requests, I'd like to put my bid in for that one.
Okay, there is a story. I don't know the actors that you mentioned. I don't relate to this at all. There is a story called The Three Skeleton Key about rats in a lighthouse. That is a classic story, and we've had a tape of that, or we've played the show too, with Vincent Price. I don't know about the last 2 people on Earth with the rats.
Yeah, well, it was something like Lights Out or Inner Sanctum, something along those lines. But I guess I'm partly curious to see or to find out what year it was that I heard it. And, kind of wonder why, oh my gosh, how come I still remember that today? My kids, we watch TV and we listen to radio, and they say, "Hey, Ma, what did you do in the olden days?" You must get the same thing.
Oh, yeah, the olden days think you walked on the wooden sidewalks, right?
Oh, no, I tell them we used to put the wagons in a circle at night. And
well,
they get that, but they really believe it.
Lights Out started on radio in 1934. And it continued through about 1949.
Well, this must,
so it was a long stretch.
Be close to the end then.
Could have been probably in the middle to late 40s, the program that you're thinking of. And if those same characters you talked about, those Anthony Quinn and Nina Foch.
I don't know why, but it seems like I remember those 2 playing the parts. And I try to listen regularly, every Saturday. I only wish that your morning program was on a little later, because by 9 o'clock the house is empty, and by 9 o'clock you're over. But,
well, you'll have to tape us and listen at a more
right,
convenient
maybe
hour.
It'll fall that way.
Thanks very much for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Now, this could be Marianne Federsoli.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I heard you on here, and I'm saying I can't hear you.
No, you know what I did? I had the wrong button pressed down.
Oh.
I'm sorry, but I got you.
Oh,
What can we do?
I'm calling about my husband we always listen to your show in the morning and on Saturdays.
Thank you.
And when he was listening today, and you were going to announce the Shadow Show, and he says, that's the Shadow Show? He says, I was 9 years old when that program was on, and he says, I remember that very well. And
You mean the same one with the Pearl Harbor break on
right,
it, huh?
Right, and he just wondered...
He's an old guy then, right? He was 9?
Yes.
I was only 7 then.
Now, well, he said he's 2 years older than you were. So the thing he'd like to know is, do you have a tape of the Shadow with the actual break-in?
No. No, it's nowhere. I've looked for a lot of those World War II shows with the interruptions and things like that. We haven't been able to find anything like that. Those are classic programs. You get a copy of a show like that with either a news broadcast, a bulletin preceding it, or even an interruption. It takes it way out of the norm of the regular stuff and makes it very, very interesting. We're going to have all kinds of things like that, though, during our May series here when we go into the programs that were heard during World War II. So maybe you can get into that.
Your program, and at night we listen to Jack Kripe. So we think you've got the best 2 shows.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your call.
We enjoy that, and we've gotten to where our children really enjoy listening to the programs. They like the Shadow and Baby Snooks, and they just really enjoy them. They always say, did you hear that when you were small? And we say, yeah.
See, you've got something in common with the kids now.
Yes,
Marianne, where are you from?
From Harvey.
Harvey, huh?
Right.
Thanks very much for your call today.
Okay.
Have a nice day.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. This is Chuck Shaden on our Those Were the Days program here on WNIB at FM 97 in Chicago. All the good old radio shows. I wanted to talk about that just briefly a moment about the Let's Pretend lady who called before. Let's see, got my notes here. Who was that nice lady that called? Why did I lose my slip here? Well, Maureen Grady. Maureen Grady said she had never heard the Let's Pretend show. It was sponsored by the great American family cereal, Cream of Wheat. And there was a beautiful jingle that we heard every Saturday, and we used to listen to, and we knew it by heart. And I still remember it because I have the words in front of me here. That's how easy it is for me to remember. Cream, you sing, if you think you remember, now you sing along with us, huh? Cream of wheat is so good to eat, yet that we have it every day. We sing this song, it will make us strong, and it makes us shout, hooray! It's good for growing babies and grown-ups too to eat. For all the family's breakfast, you can't beat cream of wheat. And then Uncle Bill Adams, the announcer, would say, it's way up in flavor, and it's way down in cost. It's plenty good. And then Sybil Trent would come out, and they'd get on a magic motorcycle, and they'd take a ride someplace, and they'd have a great time with all of that. Okay, FM 97, Chuck Shaden on our 7th anniversary broadcast of our Those Were the Days program. And we're on the phone now with, let's see, this is line 4, and this is Mary Nader.
Yes.
Hi, Mary. How are you today?
Fine. I was calling in regard to that woman who asked about a singer who used to sing I'm a Little Teapot.
Yeah.
His name was Ronnie Kemper.
Ronnie Kemper.
Yeah, and he used to sing with Dick Jurgens.
Ah.
I think he was in between Eddie Howard, right after Eddie Howard started his own band. Dick Jurgens got Ronnie Kemper as a new singer.
Oh, boy, that's super. That's great information. We appreciate that very much.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
I
even saw him.
Well,
they did the actions, with the handle
Yeah.
about when they tipped me over, they
Tip
pour
me
out.
over and pour me out. Right. Oh, that's good. Well, I'll tell you what, because you came up with a good answer for us, we want to send you a pair of tickets to see the Chicago musical Cap Streeter, presented by the Dinglefest Theater Company at the Theater Building on West Belmont in Chicago. We'll get those out to you at the beginning of the week.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Have a nice day. Right. How do you like that? Ronnie Kemper. Okay, we got another good one solved. Well, let's see. What do we have here? This is line 2, and we're talking to Milton Stein. How are you today?
Why, hello there, Chuck. Congratulations on your 7th anniversary.
Thank you very much.
I hope that I'm listening on your 17th anniversary.
Well, I hope we'll be here for that. Thank you.
Chuck, I had the privilege of meeting you several times over there at the Northwest Federal when you've had your nights over there.
Yes.
And I discussed with you the possibility of a television show similar to your golden age of radio shows.
Mm-hmm.
Showing, of course, the great old television shows.
Right.
You may have seen that show Thursday night.
I sure did.
That 2-hour special?
Yeah, when television was young?
That's right.
Uh-huh.
And that man walking through that library of old television tapes?
Charles Kuralt.
That's right. And
Yeah.
there were just seemed like literally thousands upon thousands of them in the racks in that library. And just why those aren't available to a man such as you to put on the air and show the golden age of television, because what they've got on television today, we don't even talk about.
Well, there's a problem with that sort of thing, Mr. Stein, because, first of all, the cost of acquiring those programs is astronomical in comparison with the cost of acquiring the radio shows. And secondly, where we have in this city alone 75 radio stations, we're able to find, 1 or 2 stations that are willing to provide time for us to do this. When you are in an area like this and you have 7 television stations, there's not enough time for all the possible product. Secondly, it's a tremendous amount of money to buy time on television. It costs money to buy time on radio, but it costs so much more for television. And then again, there's other little problems that go with it.
Couldn't interest 26 or 44 or some of those smaller stations to go in on something like this?
Well, I've talked to all of them about this subject, and there's lots of reluctance on it. But there was lots of reluctance before we started this 7 years ago, too. So you never know. One day we may pop up, and we'll sit on the television set there with an old round screen Zenith TV set there. You know, a great big giant 10-inch tube, and then we'll have the camera zoom into the picture tube, and then we'll dissolve into Captain Video and the Video Rangers, or the Lucky Pup, or maybe an early Toast of the Town. We can dream about it and enjoy that too. In the meantime, we're blessed with the occasional specials that they do run, like the 2-hour one on CBS Thursday night, which was very good. What did you think of it?
I thought it was excellent.
Yeah, they had some very good things. They had some news broadcasts on there, and they also did some dramatic things. They were very good.
You know, they've got the same people on those early years in television that you are featuring on your golden age of radio.
That's right. Well, those early years of TV were made up of the talented people from the radio days.
That's why it'd be so wonderful. We can only get them back on the air again.
Well, we do our best to do what we can. Thanks very much for your call today.
Sure.
Okay. Bye. Chuck Shaden here on our Those Were the Days program on WNIB Chicago at FM 97.
When America needs a better idea, Ford puts it on wheels.
The Model T, the first V8, first wagon with a 3-way gauge, Pinto, Granada, Mustang too. And now just look what Ford can do.
See the brand new Fords for 1977 at Nelson Hirschberg Ford, 5133 West Irving Park Road at Laramie. See all the 77 better idea cars you've been waiting for. And see them all at one of Chicagoland's leading Ford dealers, open 7 days a week at Irving Park and Laramie. Nelson Hirschberg Ford.
When America needs a better idea, Ford puts
Have you been giving some thought to selling your home and moving to another? Ever wonder what your present home is worth? Well, why don't you call Frank Lamphere at Antique Realty at 5852 West Diversey. He's a certified appraiser and a licensed real estate broker. He'll be happy to give you a good idea of the current market value of your home. He'll show you comparable properties in your neighborhood and discuss the factors which will contribute to a realistic selling price for your property. And there's no cost or obligation. If you're interested in selling now, or if you simply want a point of reference for future use, give a call to Antique Realty at 889-3840. They've had years of experience servicing Northwest Chicago and suburbs. A large part of their business comes from repeat customers and referrals. Antique Realty is a member of the Northwest Multiple Listing Service with more than 130 offices ready to help sell your home to the right buyer. It's a seller's market, and if you're thinking of selling, now's the time to go to market. Call or visit Antique Realty with the red and white striped canopy out front, lots of antique furnishings inside. 5852 West Diversey Avenue, just east of Austin. 889-3840. Antique Realty for good, old-fashioned, personalized service. This is Chuck Shaden on WNIB Chicago at FM 97. Don't know what's happening to the time this afternoon. Time flies when you're having fun, as they say, and we're having fun with some of our listeners this afternoon. This is Mrs. Weisbach.
Yes.
How are you today?
I'm just fine. I just enjoy listening to your program because it makes me feel like a young girl again.
Well, that's good.
And the fact is that we had been one of the very first pioneers that we started with going to the Woolworth store and buying a coil and putting wire around it and then varnishing it and and putting the gauging, and everybody in the house had to take time to be spared. We used to clock ourselves so we could listen to the speaker.
The old cat's whiskers, huh?
Yes, the old timer. And then the crystal set.
Right.
The old crystal set that we had in the house. And everybody was given so many minutes, and nobody argued. Everyone waited patiently. There was no disruption, and everybody was just well organized because this was their time, and they got off without a murmur. It was so nice. But when we were really, really happy, my dad happened to be a physician, and he had made these house calls, and all was constantly on the go. We rarely had a rare chance to see our dad because either we were at school or he was on the go constantly. But when he did have time to come into the house and a radio program was there and we sat down, we used to see the smile on our father's face for the happiness that he enjoyed getting in on these programs, listening to Al Jolson singing and by Jack Benny and Eddie Cantor. Those programs made him very, very happy because he didn't have the time to go to these theaters because he was one of these doctors that had 24 hours on call.
Oh, well, it was another era, too, when you had the doctors making house calls, huh?
That's right. He was the $2 a visit.
$2 a visit. Well, I'll tell you what, if we've added a little bit to your nostalgic memory today, that's been good. I think we're going to do something else for you right now, then. You listen up to... What kind of radio are you listening to today?
Oh, we're listening to one of these little ones that you have in a box or...
Little transistor, huh?
Going. That's, what's the name of it? The General Electric, one of those General Electrics. We got your program on them. In fact, when I go down in the mornings with my son, that's the only one we listen to. At least it's enjoyable.
Well, we'll take you back to the cat's whiskers days now, and let you listen to something that your father might have heard over a radio, well, maybe that cat's whiskers. The quality is a little better now than it was then, but listen to this.
Rock-a-bye your baby with a Dixie melody. When you croon a tune from the heart of Dixie. Hang that cradle, Mammy Mar, right on that Mason-Dixon line, and swing it from Virginia to Tennessee with all the soul that's in you. We've
no more, my lady. Mammy, sing it again for me. And old Black Joe, just as though you had me on your knee. A million baby kisses I'll deliver if you will only sing the Swanee River rock-a-bye. You'll rock-a-bye, baby, with a Dixie melody. Rock-a-bye, hush-a-bye, with a Dixie melody. When you croon a tune from the heart of Dixie. Hang that cradle, mammy mine, right on that Mason-Dixon line, and swing it from Virginia to Tennessee with all of the soul that's in you. Mammy, listen what they're playing. They're playing Weep No More, My Lady. Sing it for me. And old Black Joe, just as low you had me on your knee. A million baby kisses I'll deliver if you will only sing the Swanee River rock-a-bye. You'll rock-a-bye, baby, with a Dixie melody.
That's Al Jolson, and for Mrs. Weisbach, who remembers her father, the doctor, and for everyone who remembers listening to Jolie in those good old days, we thought we'd have a nice little Dixie melody for you this afternoon on our 7th anniversary broadcast of Those Were the Days on WNIB Chicago, FM 97. Just cannot possibly get to all the calls that have been coming in this afternoon. We're going to talk to a few more folks yet. Got a couple of other things, too. A lot of folks have been responsible for helping us out over the years, and we want to pay tribute to them, too, in a special way as we roll along with the next about another 55 minutes of our show. First, we have to do this.
Hi, Carmelita Pope from Magicist. Are you aware that regardless of where you live in Chicagoland or suburbs, you're only a phone call away from the finest professional cleaning? Call Magicist for carpet cleaning in your home or office. Or call Magicist to pick up, clean, and deliver your rugs and drapes. So from Waukegan to Joliet, or from Lakeshore Drive to Schaumburg, you're only a phone call away from Magicist. Come clean now and receive a 16-ounce bottle of Sparkle Glass Cleaner with Sprayer at no extra charge. Sparkle is a non-streaking, heavy-duty glass cleaner. Why just clean your windows when you can sparkle them? Call Magicist. Chicago phones 378-8600. Suburbs see the white pages. Bank cards welcome. And remember, Magicist sells rugs, too.
Get soil retardant, only 3 cents a square foot. Magicist, serving the entire Chicagoland area. Call Magicist. By the way, we're going to have a magic evening coming up next Saturday, May the 7th, in our citywide Riverview Night of Nostalgia at Lane Tech High School Auditorium. We've been planning that night for a long time now, and boy, it's coming true this Saturday, the 7th of May, a week from today. I hope that you can join us for an evening of fond memories, recalling the golden age of Riverview. We're going to have Chuck Voldarsik, who is a Riverview historian, photo historian, and authority. He's going to present a very interesting color slide program of scenes from Riverview during its heyday and in its closing days just 10 short years ago. Going to have some other folks, too. A fellow who was the purchasing agent for the park for 25 years, a man who ran rides and did just about everything at Riverview Park from 1914 until 1954. Another man who was an accountant for 20 years at Riverview, and someone else who rode, I keep saying rode the rides, I'm sure he did. He also ran rides for another 10 or 12 years at Riverview. Going to have everything for you this Saturday, a week from tonight, May 7th at 8 p.m. at the Lane Tech High School Auditorium. 2501 Addison Street near Western. Donation is $3 a person. Hope you can join us. You can get advance tickets this week at our Metro Golden Memory Shop in our new location at 5941 West Irving Park Road, or at the door on Saturday night, or at any office of Northwest Federal Savings. It's our citywide Riverview Night of Nostalgia next Saturday, May the 7th, 8 p.m. at the Lane Tech High School Auditorium. Well, let's see. We got a couple more callers on the line. Hi, is this Ray Anderson?
That sure is. Congratulations, Chuck Shaden, on your 7th anniversary.
Thank you very much, Ray.
Chuck, what I called in, what I wanted to ask you, you have any of those recordings of Will Rogers Jr.? You know, he does the commercials now for Washington State Apples on TV. He used to have a radio program back in the 1950s. It was called Rogers of the Gazette. He played a part of a newspaper editor in a small western town.
When was this?
Back in the 1950s.
Well, it couldn't have been Will Rogers.
It was Will Rogers Jr.
Oh, Jr. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I just wondered, do you have any
No.
stories on tape of his programs?
No, I've never heard of that one.
Will, it's called Rogers of the Gazette. It was either on NBC or CBS, either on a Friday or Saturday night, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, are you from Chicago all your life?
Off and on. But it was broadcast out of Chicago here.
It was.
Yes, it was. It was on, in fact, I'm pretty sure it was on the NBC.
Okay, Rogers of the Gazette. It's a new one for me to start searching for. Now, don't touch the dial, and we'll have it for you in about within the next 7 years.
Okay, Chuck, and hope you have another 27 years on the air.
Thanks a lot. Okay, have a nice day.
Nice talking to you, Chuck.
Same here.
Bye.
Thank you. Right. Now we're going to Greg Economides, right?
Right.
Greg, what can we do for you today?
Well, Chuck, I'm 11 years old, and I was listening to your program, and I started listening to it about a year ago, and I was surprised because I didn't know that there were radio programs like this back then, like The Life of Riley and things like that.
Uh-huh.
And so I liked them a lot, and after a while I told some of my parents' friends that, you know, they come over little parties, and I told my parents' friends about them, and they got excited, and got them listening too.
Well, that's very nice.
And, well, I've been trying to coax my dad to lend me a few dollars so I can send out for the nostalgia letter, but I seem not to convince him that much.
You haven't been able to convince your dad, huh?
Yeah. And I try and get him to drive me out to the Metro Golden Memory Shop, but he won't do that here because it's too far away from our house.
Where do you live?
In Hinsdale on Chicago Avenue.
Oh, I see. Yeah, pretty far up in the North Shore there, huh?
His workshop is around there, but he hardly ever takes me there, so.
Well, what can we do to get him to take you there? I'll tell you what we'll do. Greg, we're going to send you a year's subscription to the Nostalgia newsletter with our compliments. How's that?
Oh, that'd be great.
You can leave that. You can leave that around the house, see, and then there's usually a picture in there of something from our shop, and that'll tempt his appetite for something there. And let me ask you, you're 11 years old.
That's right.
And
yeah.
what about your friends? What do they listen to? Do any of them listen to this stuff?
Well, I've tried to tell some of my school friends, but you know they're too interested in Larry Lujak and things like that. And well, I'm not really like a fan of those like cowboy and Indian shows on TV. And whenever I can, I listen to your program, and I listen to it. I usually have to get up at 7:30 to get ready for school, but I turn my radio on to go on at 7 o'clock so I can listen to your program as long as I can.
Greg, I really appreciate that. I'm glad that you found us. I'm glad we found you, and that you enjoy this sort of thing. And I hope sometime you can get out to our shop, or you can convince your dad to bring you to one of our Memory Club movies someday.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, yeah.
Thanks very much. Have a nice day.
Yeah, thank you.
You're right, Greg.
Bye.
That's kind of nice, isn't it? Makes you feel good. Somebody like that gives us a buzz. Got a call from Bill Hannon, who said that radio show about the cockroach and the cat was a play called Archie and Mehitabel. Mahitabell. And he also passed along some information that WAAF was a station that was given birth during World War II, and it was operated by the Army Air Force, WAAF. That I hadn't heard that before. That if that's true, that's very interesting. If it's not true, it's a great story. I mean, it's great. I have no reason to believe otherwise on that. And one more caller. Hi, you're on the air. Is this Bob?
Oh, great. I made it.
You got in, Bob. What can we do for you?
Right. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you on your 7 years.
Thank you very much.
And I'd like to congratulate you on your move to the bigger and better MGM shop.
Thank you.
I was there this afternoon, and it's beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
And did
you buy anything?
Yes, I did.
Okay, all right. Keep
I bought
talking.
a Green Hornet record and 2 of your tapes.
Oh. Okay. Did you pick up your invisible facsimile?
I got that, too.
All right.
I used to get those from WLTD. all the time.
What? Okay.
Also, I'd like to tell you that even though I graduated in 1967 from Steinmetz, the French fries are still as soggy as ever.
They still are, huh?
Yeah. Oh, and I'd like to tell you about my first experience with old-time radio.
Okay.
I used to go to my grandmother's house. My dad and mom would take me because she lived out in Wakanda and that.
Uh-huh.
On Sunday evenings, we drive home and we turn on WBBM and listen to yours truly, Johnny Dollar and Suspense.
That's right. They had those. They were still running into the early 60s.
Actually, those are the only two I remember. And I'd like to thank you for bringing back all these good memories.
Well, thank you very much. Bob, your last name is Fursick?
Right.
And where do you live?
On the northwest side.
Thank you very much for your call, and I appreciate those
also,
words.
one more quick thing.
Sure.
I started collecting tapes off your, taping them off your show.
Uh-huh.
And now I have a collection of about 350.
350.
And I'd like to thank you for that, too.
Okay, what are you doing for space?
My mom keeps on yelling at me. She says my room's messy enough.
Well, see, when you get married and have your own place and you can start putting those tapes in there, then your wife can start yelling at you.
Right.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, have a good day.
Thank you. You
Bye-bye.
too. Nice people out there in Radio Land. This is Chuck Shaden with our Those Were the Days program on WNIB Chicago, FM 97. Want to remind you about our cassette tape of the month for April. It's Fred Allen and his hour-long 1938 Town Hall Tonight program. It's a good show, a very good hour with Portland Hoffa and the Mighty Allen Art Players. It's our tape for April. $5 from the Hall Closet, Box 421, Morton Grove 60053. Or you can pick it up yet this weekend for only $5 at our Bigger and Better Metro Golden Memory Shop at 5941 West Irving Park Road. $5 from the Hall Closet, Box 421, Morton Grove 60053. You're going over to the Memory Club tonight. Maybe you want to stop at the MGM shop and take a look at it and pick up a tape and see what's new, that's old, and then get over to the Northwest for our This is the Army, 1943. It's a film classic, and our doors open at 7:30 at 4901 West Irving Park Road. Film begins at 8 o'clock. Dues are $1.25 a meeting, payable at the door. We have all the good old movies over there. Remember some of these things.
Everybody knows when you go to the show you can't take the kids along. You've got to read the paper and know the code of G, P, G, and R and X, and you got to know what the movie's about before you even go. Tex Ritter's gone and Disney's dead and the screen is filled with sex.
Whatever happened to Randolph Scott riding the trail alone? Whatever happened to Gene and Tex and Roy and Rex the Durango Kid? Oh, whatever happened to Randolph Scott, his horse plain as could be? Whatever happened to Randolph Scott has happened to the best of me.
Everybody's trying to make a comment about our doubts and fears. True Grit's the only movie I've really understood in years. You've got to take your analyst along to see if it's fit to see. Whatever happened to Randolph Scott has happened to the industry.
Whatever happened to Johnny Mac Brown and Alan Rocky Lane? Whatever happened to Life's LaRue? I'd love to see them again. Whatever happened to Smiley Burnett, Tim Hope, and Gene Autry? Whatever happened to all of these has happened to the best of me. Whatever happened to Randolph Scott has happened to the industry.
Whatever happened to Randolph Scott? That's Statler Brothers recording, and that's some good fun there. That tells us a good message about the good old radio shows. You know, we've met a lot of people in our 7 years of doing these old-time radio broadcasts. About a year after we were on the air, during our first radio month, we started on May 2nd, which was radio month, so that was 1970. 1971, Northwest Federal Savings invited us to spend some time in their lobby for a couple of evenings to meet some of our listeners and talk about old-time radio, and we brought an exhibit of radio premiums and things. We met some very interesting people, people who have become a very interesting part of our entourage of supporters and helpers. One such fellow who came up to us during that stint at Northwest Federal was a fellow by the name of Dick Wagner. And he and another guy by the name of Dick Anderson came over, and they were kind of interested in Al Jolson, and they were also, especially Dick Wagner, was interested in the early recordings, the old personality recordings and things like that. And it wasn't too long after that Dick Wagner sent me a kind of a Guess Who tape. He just sat with his Victrola and his tape recorder, and he put together some almost like a trivia quiz, a musical trivia quiz for me, and said, I want to see if you can guess these performers, Chuck. And it was like a tape letter. And I played it on the air back in 1971 or whenever that came along. And I thought maybe you might like to hear that now. Now, this is no call-in or anything on this, but see if you can identify the personalities that Dick Wagner presents to us in this little 11-minute taped letter.
Hi, Chuck. The recordings on this tape are first or very early recordings of some very well-known personalities. I'm going to play one chorus of each record. That's about half the recording. See if you can guess who it is. Don't feel bad if you can't. I've had an awful lot of people try and identify the people on these recordings unsuccessfully. After each record, I'll name who it was. Ready? Here's an easy one.
I am one of those the world looks down on. I'm not what they think I ought to be. Love has made me do things people frown on. But love is life and everything to me. The world may think I'm wrong, but I'll just go along. I'm doing what I'm doing for love. Who cares what others say? I'll be the one who's left for doing what I'm doing for love. I gave up all I had, but I'm glad I did it for you. After years may bring tears, but what can I do? You cost me home and friends. It doesn't matter how it ends. I'm doing what I'm doing for love.
Care to make a guess? That was Sophie Tucker. That's a Victor recording from about 1928. I don't think it's ever been reissued on LP. Try the next one. This is an easy one, too.
I get a thrill when I look at you, walk with you, talk with you. I got a thrill when I looked at you that first night at first sight. Oh, when I hear Brahms or Stravinsky, I realize music has charms, but be it ever so thrilling, there's no place like your arms. To spend a week in the country at one of those made-over farms, be it ever so thrilling, there's no place like your arms. To see the Riviera and the gardens of Versailles with the moonlight standing by would make my heart beat high. Oh, if I were the toast of Paris, surrounded by 50 gendarmes, be it ever so thrilling, there's no place like your arms.
Maybe that wasn't so easy after all, but it was Arthur Godfrey, back in 1933. Still interested? Try the next one.
What is that haunting refrain that I hear in the air? Here and there, everywhere. It's just a beautiful strain that keeps haunting my brain constantly. It's my melody, it's my symphony. Ink, a dink-a-doo, a dink-a-dee, a dink-a-dee. Oh, what a tune, what a tune. For crooning. Ink, a dink-a-doo, a dink-a-dee, a dink-a-doo. It's got the whole world spooning. Eskimo bells up in Iceland are ringing. They've made their own paradise land singing. Ink, a dink-a-doo, a dink-a-dee, a dink-a-doo simply means ink. A dink-a-dee, a dink-a-doo.
After the first few bars, that was intended to be a dead giveaway. Just in case you're wondering, though, it was Jimmy Durante. That was recorded about 1932.
I see a new sun up in a new sky, and my whole horizon has reached a new high. Yesterday my heart sang a blue song, but today hear it hum a cheery new song. I dreamed a new dream, I saw a new face, and I'm spreading sunshine all over the place. With a new point of view, here's what greets my eye. New love, new luck, new sun in the sky.
If you knew what Fred Astaire sounded like before he took singing lessons, that last piece was a dead giveaway. That's on a Victor record. It was made around 1930. Now I see why he started taking singing lessons about that time. The next person you hear didn't need any singing lessons. She started sounding this way and sounds almost the same now. Almost the same.
Think of you. Just another day wasted away, watching and waiting. Just another day wasted away, filled with gloom. All day all alone, hoping you would phone, but you never called me. Covered miles of ground, pacing up and down round my room. Just another night, nothing in sight, nothing but grieving. When I go to sleep, memories will sleep, making me blue. And when the break of dawn I see what it's gonna mean to me, just another day wasted away, waiting for you.
Nice voice, isn't it? It belongs to Kate Smith. That's right, Kate Smith. She made that record in 1927, a while before she became well known. She was about 19 years old at the time.
Lazy weather, I'm just full of dreams of nooks and brooks and idle fishing streams. Lazy weather, working ain't no good. Now's the time we should twiddle thumbs and whittle wood. Lazy weather, good for nothing time, but joy and love and melody and rhyme all get together, meet her in the lane. It's lazy weather time again.
Dead giveaway, right? Wrong? That was Perry Como. The record was made in 1935. He's singing with Ted Weems Orchestra. It's one of the earliest of his recordings I've found. He didn't sing with vocal strength like that for long now, did he?
They try to tell us we're too young to really be in love. They say that love's a word we've only heard and can't begin to know the meaning of. And yet we're not too young to know this love will last though years may go. And then someday they may recall we were not too young at all.
That one might have been easy if you were an old Kukla, Fran, and Ollie fan, because that was Fran. That recording was made about the time she first teamed up with Kukla, Ollie, and Bert Hillstrom. Now turn the tape over, and things will get a little bit harder.
Well, since they get so hard, we're not going to turn the tape over. Actually, we're out of time, but that was Dick Wagner who sent that interesting little tape letter, a music quiz to us back about 6 years ago. And I thought you might find it interesting. How did you do on it? Did you guess some of those? Some of them were foolers, weren't they? And maybe one of these Saturdays we'll be able to play the other half of that for you to test your memory or your IQ as far as the good old shows are concerned, the good old musical things are concerned. But Dick has been a very fine source of information for us over the years as far as these old recordings are concerned. He writes an occasional column for our nostalgia newsletter called Disc Continued, And he is a regular at our memory club on Saturday nights. Whenever we have a musical, he's always there with his wind-up vintage Victrola and plays a lot of the old records that he has. I think Dick is going to be at our memory club movie this evening, too. So if you're coming, why don't you stop in and say hello to Dick and to us, too.
We take pride in what we do. That's why we do our best for you. That's the proud, proud feeling of Frigidaire.
See us during Frigidaire Best Value Days and save up to $100 at appliances you'll be proud of all. Save up to $100 on our biggest side-by-side 100% frost-proof refrigerator freezer, our Frigidaire ceramic top range with a work-saving electric clean oven, or Frigidaire's best washer with its exclusive jet cone agitator and the matching dryer. See us now. Discover why. You'll be as proud to own Frigidaire appliances as we are to sell them.
It's a proud, proud feeling. Get that proud, proud feeling of owning Frigidaire.
Make yourself the proud owner of a fine Frigidaire appliance for less during Frigidaire Best Value Days at Townhouse TV and Appliances, 7243 Touhy Avenue, just west of Harlem. Open Monday, Thursday, and Friday nights till 9, Saturday until 5. This is Chuck Shaden with our 7th anniversary broadcast on our Those Were the Days show here in WNIB, Chicago, at FM 97. The fine family of Paterno offers you a selection of fine wines from the vineyards of the world. From California to France, from Italy to Portugal, you'll find the Paterno wine cellar stocked with the widest selection of wines from all the best places. Paterno Foremost Liquors at 5303 Milwaukee Avenue at Central, just north of Foster. It's the largest beverage store of its kind in all Chicagoland. A visit to the Paterno wine cellar is an experience you won't forget, and you'll return often to keep your own wine cellar stocked. Whether it's an intimate candlelit dinner for two or an important dinner party for quite a few, you'll find everything you need to add the word special to your next occasion. Visit the wine cellar at Paterno Foremost Liquors, open Monday through Saturday from 9 in the morning till 10 at night, Sunday from noon to 6. Paterno Foremost Liquors at 5303 Milwaukee Avenue at Central, just north of Foster.
Eden's Plaza Shopping Center, where Eden's Expressway, Skokie Boulevard, and Lake Avenue meet at Wilmette. Eden's Plaza Shopping Center, where you'll find quality merchandise for the entire family. Eden's Plaza Shopping Center, easy to reach, easy to park, easy to shop.
Shop and save with a gift for Mom all this week at Eden's Plaza Shopping Center in Wilmette. Chuck Shaden with our anniversary Those Were the Days program. You know, I've told you we've met an awful lot of nice people. One evening, quite a few years ago, several years ago anyway, at the Memory Club, a fella came over to me, and he had a large flat package under his arm. And he said, "Chuck, my name is Joel Bogart." He said, "I'm a commercial artist, and I listen to your programs all the time." He said, "I work in my own home. I have a studio in my home, and I work by myself, and I can't tell you how much enjoyment I get out of listening to the old-time radio shows while you're broadcasting them." He says, "You're on in the mornings." He says, "I get up early, particularly to listen to these shows, and I go right down to my studio and I start working. And then when you go off the air," at that time we were on from 7 until 10 every morning, he said, "then at 10 o'clock, then I go get some breakfast and get dressed and get all that stuff out of the way, but I've already put in 3 happy hours working." And he said, "I want you to know that I enjoy so much what you're doing, and what you do gives me so much pleasure. I thought maybe I could do something that I do that would give you some pleasure." And he gave me this package that he had under his arm, and I opened it up, and here was a very nicely done cartoon of me, a caricature of me opening up a closet door with all the junk falling out of the closet, the old-time radio clunking me on the head, a moose's head flying out of the closet, records crashing on the floor, a bowling ball banging on the side of the thing there, an NBC microphone, and all of that sort of thing. And there was a nice little legend that went along with this, and I was really touched. I was very moved that this man, fine commercial artist, took the time to draw this for me. It was something of himself that he gave to me. So about a month or so later, a couple months later, I called him up and I asked Joel Bogart if he would be interested in designing a letterhead for me. I needed I wanted to get a little letterhead with the hall closet stuff on it, and so we got together and he designed a letterhead and some other things for us. And then subsequently we started the Nostalgia newsletter, and Joel became our art director for the newsletter, and all of the little caricatures and the drawings and the lettering and all that other stuff that you see in your Nostalgia newsletter are the product, the result of Joel Bogart's efforts. He has been a very good friend. He's a heck of a nice guy. We've had some wonderful times together, and we both appreciate each other's efforts on this stuff. And so, by way of saying thanks to Joel Bogart for popping up and identifying himself to us, I thought maybe he would enjoy this little scene of two people at work, since Joel created something for us while he was at work. This is Mike Nichols and Elaine May at a recording session as they were creating and building one of their little comedy skits for Monitor. Mike Nichols and Elaine May.
Shall we do a doctor spot?
Well, you can't do anything funny about doctors.
Let's do an operation.
Oh, I have fun.
Yes.
Because I've been wanting to say it in life anyway. Ask me what I want to be. Oh, no, you have to be my mother.
What do you want to be?
No, don't start with it. Come and have a little talk and everything. I'm old enough now.
Buddy.
Yes, Mom?
I've been thinking. You're getting older now. You're nearly a man. And you should start thinking about your future a little bit, you know. Now, I don't want to push you, but I wonder if you do ever think about it. You're a happy boy, and I like it. Always smiling, always glad. And you're very much beloved in the neighborhood.
For God's sake. Mom, I have been giving it some thought. I know what I'd like to do with my life.
Oh, really?
And it'll take some sacrifice on all our parts, because I'll have to train for some years. But it'll be worth it. Mother, I want to be a registered nurse.
Oh, that's beautiful. All right.
What attack were you taking away?
No attack. I know
you're just setting me up.
Because it sounded like you were anticipating what he was going to say, like you wanted to be part of something.
Oh, something strange.
No, I was just excited and joyous because I thought I wanted to be a doctor.
Let me come to you with it, and you'll be Jewish. Mom?
Yes, dear.
Can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure.
Sit down. We haven't given much thought to my college education and to what I'm finally going to be.
Well, you asked me not to push you, and I respect that.
And you and Pa have been very good about it, but I've been giving it a lot of thought.
Darling, whatever you decide, I know I had my own plans and hopes, but I know you're not a studier and you like sports, and if that would make you happy, then that's what I want you should do.
No,
you know?
Mother, you're wrong. I do want to study. That's why I want to talk to you, and I want something now that'll take some education, but it's something that I want very much, and if you and Pa are willing to make the sacrifices and send me to school...
Buddy, how could you ask that? We would do anything for you to be a professional.
Mother, I want very much to be a registered nurse. Stop laughing.
Say it again.
All right. I've given it a lot of thought, Mom, and I want very much to be a registered nurse.
Oh, you've gotten it out, though. I'm not going to tell you that.
All right.
Oh, buddy, my boy. Oh, you don't know what this means to me. You don't know what pride and joy it will give your father and me to be able to say, that's my son. Where do I start from, Bud? I mean, that must be good. Where do I start from?
Almost any place. I can think of anything.
Start from the beginning of that speech.
I can't. All right. Oh, you don't know what pride and joy it will give your father and me to be able to say, that's my son, the nurse. If you laugh, then I'll kill you.
I think we're all right on it.
Oh, is it the clear or not?
It's got to be.
Listen to it. I'm pretty sure it is.
If you could listen to that without laughing. Mike Nichols and Elaine May laughing while they work, which is what I suspect Joel Bogart does a lot of the time, too. This is Chuck Shaden on our Those Were the Days 7th anniversary broadcast on WNIB Chicago at FM 97. We got a call from a man who was an engineer at radio station WAAF in 1944. His name is Wayne Foxworthy of Harvey, Illinois. He said that AAF, radio station WAAF, went on the air on May 22nd of 1922, and it was originally owned by the Chicago Daily Drover's Journal, the Stockyards newspaper. At one time, the station was then sold subsequently, don't have a date, but it was bought by Ralph Atlas, the Atlas family who owned WIND and WBBM. They changed the call letters to WGRG. Then the station was sold again, as stations are apt to do, and presently it is owned by the Johnson Publishing Company, and the station is WJPC, an AM station featuring mostly rock music, I guess. So that's the history of WAAF, and we appreciate hearing from Mr. Foxworthy of Harvey with that extra bit of information. There are so many people who contribute to what we do. We can't hardly thank them all. One fella who we met when we were over in the Evanston station was a man by the name of Mark Nelson. He was going to Northwestern University, came in one day looking for a job, and we needed someone to help part-time, and Mark said he'd be willing to do everything and anything until we asked him to do some of those things, and he says, I don't want to do that. Not really. Mark was very much a part of our LTD station over there, and when we left there, he kind of joined us on a bit of a part-time basis, and then finally working with us full-time over here. Was an engineer and a writer for us and a producer, put together a lot of things for us. Mark is a great movie fan. He's working on a book about cartoons, and I think he's working on an autobiography of Bugs Bunny. He's a regular contributor to our Nostalgia newsletter and radio guide, writing the film clips column. And Mark is a great fan of Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, and indeed I believe another article that he's working on for the upcoming newsletter is all about the career of Abbott and Costello. And so for Mark Nelson and for everyone else out there who has added some things to our programs, if no more than just being there to listen, we present the famous Abbott and Costello Who's On First routine.
Hey, Abbott!
What do you want, Costello?
No, look, Abbott. I understand that you're going to be the manager of the Lou Costello Jr. Youth Foundation baseball team.
Yes, we just organized the thing.
Oh, you did?
Sure.
Well, I'd like to play on the team myself. You know, I know something about baseball.
Well, that would be accomplished.
Well, I'd like to know some of the guys' names on the team, so when I meet them on the street or in the ballpark, I'll be able to say hello to them.
Why, surely I'll introduce you to the boys. But you know, strange as it may seem, they give these ball players nowadays very peculiar names.
You mean funny names?
Nicknames, pet names, like Dizzy Dean.
Brother Daffy?
Daffy Dean. And
I'm their French cousin.
French cousin?
Goofy.
Goofy. Well, now, let's see. We have on the bags, we have who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
That's what I want to find out.
What silly name? I say who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
Are you the manager?
Yes.
You know the fellow's name?
Well, I should.
Well, then who's on first?
Yes.
I mean the fellow's name.
That's it.
That's who?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who?
Have you got a first baseman?
Who is on first?
I'm asking you who's on first.
That's the man's name.
That's whose name?
Yes.
Now tell me who's on first.
That's right.
I want to know what's the guy's name on first base.
No, what's on second
I'm
base?
not asking you who's on second?
Who is on first?
I don't know.
He's on third. Now, we're not mentioning third. Now, let's get together.
How did I get on third base?
You happen to mention his name.
If I mention a third baseman's name, who did I say is playing third base?
No, who is playing first?
I'm not asking you who's on first.
Who is on third?
I'm asking you what's the guy's name on third?
What is on second?
Who's on second?
Who's on first?
I don't know.
He's on third.
There I go, back on third again.
I can't change their name.
You got a first baseman?
Absolutely.
When you pay him off every month, who gets the money?
Every dollar of it. Why not? The man's entitled to it.
Who is?
Yes.
So who gets it?
Sure he does.
Look, the left fielder's name?
Why?
Because.
Oh, he's center field. Well, you know these players as well as I do.
You got a catcher?
Surely.
The catcher's name?
Today.
Today, and tomorrow's pitching.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even... Look, all we got is a couple of days on it.
I can't help that.
A couple of
Don't
days.
get excited now.
Who's getting excited?
Take it easy. Take it easy.
You know, I'm a pretty good catcher myself.
Tell the dummy.
Now, I'll catch today, myself.
all
I'm going
right.
to catch.
Yes.
And tomorrow's pitching on the team.
Yes.
Now, tomorrow throws the ball, and the guy up bunts the ball.
Yes.
Now, when he bunts the ball, me being a good catcher, I want to throw the guy out of first base, so I pick up the ball and throw it to who?
Now, that's the first thing you've said right.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, that's all you have to do.
Is to throw the ball to first base.
Yes.
Now, who's got it?
Naturally.
If I throw the ball to first base, somebody's got to get it.
Yes.
Now, who's got it?
Naturally.
Naturally?
Naturally.
Oh, so I throw the ball to naturally.
You do nothing of the kind. You throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
That's it.
That's what I said.
Oh, you didn't. You didn't. Now,
Did I throw the ball to naturally?
But you don't.
I throw it to who?
Naturally.
That's what I'm saying.
You're not doing it that way.
I throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
You ask me.
You throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
Well, say
Same
it.
as you. I throw the ball to who?
That's
Naturally.
Naturally.
Now, whoever it is drops the ball, so the guy runs a second.
Yes.
Who picks up the ball and throws it to what? What throws it to I don't know. I don't know throws it back to tomorrow. Triple play.
Yes.
Another guy gets up and it's a long fly ball to because. Why? I don't know. He's on third, and I don't give a darn.
What'd you say?
I said, I don't give a darn.
Oh, that's our shortstop.
Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with a great Who's on First classic routine, favorite of Mark Nelson's and of so many folks who join us regularly on our good old radio broadcast. This is Chuck Shaden with our 7th anniversary program on WNIB Chicago at FM 97. Those were the days, and this has been a nice day. We've had some wonderful conversations with folks who've called while we were on the air and in between and around. I'm having a cauliflower ear today talking to so many folks. We met a nice guy when we were out in Evanston. A fellow by the name of Mike Schwimmer came into the studio one afternoon, and he said, "Hey, you got a contest going, haven't you?" And I said, "Yeah, we did. We're planning on having just a contest where we're going to give away an old-time radio and some other nostalgic things." He said, "I got a Victrola for you, a big Victrola." He says, "I just had it, and I want to bring it in, and you can maybe it works, and give it away to somebody." And I was very appreciative of that. He said, "I got a little." He worked for one of the rating services, as a matter of fact, at the time, and he says, "Someday I'm going to open up a shop." He says, "I'm going to open up a store called the Yesterday Shop, and I'm going to sell things like this and lots of nostalgic things." He says, "Maybe I'll want to buy some time on the year's program or something like that." But I'm kind of into that and all that, and so forth and so on. And we got to talking, and he had said that at one time he had done a kind of a jazz program on a station in Highland Park. And later I had become the manager of the station in Evanston, and I was looking for someone to do a big band show in the afternoon time period, the so-called evening drive. And I remembered Mike, and I called him up, and I said, "How much are you into big band stuff?" And he said, "Well, fairly much." He said, "I know it pretty good. I like jazz better." I said, "Well, how would you like to put together a program to incorporate both this and that, big bands and jazz and that, and do it from 4 to 6:30, Monday through Fridays?" So we talked about it, and Mike came over to the station and earned a very large audience, good following. People who listened to the old-time radio in the morning listened to Mike in the afternoon with his big band stuff. Mike subsequently left the radio station and had his Yesterday Shop and turned it also into a player piano parlor. And now it's the Player Piano Parlor, and he sells new and used player pianos out on Wheeling Avenue on Milwaukee Avenue in Wheeling. He'd moved from a shop in Long Grove. Well, Mike has through great expense, brought one of his reconditioned player pianos into our studio this afternoon for our Those Were the Days program, and we've got a mic nearby, and we've asked one of our Saturday afternoon regulars, Gary Schroeder, to sit down at the player piano. Now, Gary, what you have to do, he hasn't played one of these before, but Gary's big, tall guy. He says he can knock this off easily, and it's just a matter of pumping those two pedals equally, and the best thing, Gary, is to grab the keyboard underneath the keyboard so you support yourself so that bench doesn't fall back. Are you there? Now, you got the roll in. The roll is in the player piano. Okay, now you click the roll. All right, now there's a little hook on the bottom, the take-up roll there. Click the roll on there, and then you start pumping, and then you go. Now, that's it. Oh, all right, good. Just now pump along there, and we'll get this player piano music. You got to pump a little harder there, Gary. A little tougher. He perspires, doesn't he? Look at that. Keep pumping there. Come on, Gary. Rocking the bench there a little bit, Gary. Let's sit, It's a long roll, isn't it? Come on. Yes, didn't end, did it? There's more. You're getting red. Gary, your face is red now. Determined. He's determined to finish this now, see? Oh, beads of perspiration rolling down his cheeks. Come on. Give it only another 120 minutes. Come on, Gary. No, it won't be long now. I know you said you'd do it and you're going to finish it, right? Come on. Oh, Gary. Does he need some help? Anybody? No. Come on. Now the whole back is into this now. Look at it move. Okay. Now see, that wasn't so bad. Oh, end it. Now rewind the roll. No. Rewind it. Just pump it back and flip the switch, right? It'll flip back then. It's flipping back. There it is. Okay. That's Gary Schroeder playing Mike Schwimmer's player piano there. Thank you very much, Gary. Did a nice job on that. Hey, we met, before I was telling you how I met Dick Wagner at the Northwest Federal Savings when we were in the lobby over there about 6 years ago. Also met two other people over there who have been very important part of our broadcasts all these years. Dennis Bubaz and his wife and their son came in one day, and Dennis had a little radio premium, a little ring or something like that to show me, and he said he'd been very much interested in the radio shows and really enjoyed the stuff and just wanted to stop by to say hello. Another day there, a fellow by the name of Mort Paradise came in. And he came up to me and said how much the hour or two or three or four on a Saturday afternoon meant to him as a kind of an escape, a getaway from the problems of the week and just enjoyed relaxing and enjoyed the radio shows. And we got to be friendly, and we started talking. Each of these fellas offered their help if there's anything they could do to help keep the radio thing alive. And in those days we needed some help from folks, and these guys were very willing and very able to give us the support that we've needed. And they are here virtually every Saturday afternoon, and so Gary Schroeder too, giving us an assist on the telephones and in so many other ways. I must say that their help is a very important part of all of the things we do, and without those fellows we couldn't be doing what we're doing now, so it means a lot to me. But every once in a while they kind of say, well, don't you think it's time to let us do something on the air? And from time to time we've permitted these two guys to sing. They've got a little act together, and Dennis Boubaz and Mort Paradise. I told them if we had time on our 7th anniversary, those were the days broadcast, we'd let them sing. And I suppose it's inevitable. We got a couple of minutes, and we have to let them sing. So are you guys ready now? Are you all set? All right. Shrink it short. Dennis Boubaz and Mort Paradise.
A good old-fashioned girl with heart so true, one who loves nobody else but you. I want a girl just like the girl that married dear old Dan. I want a girl just like the girl that married dear old Dan. She was a pearl and the only girl that Daddy ever had. A good old-fashioned girl with heart so true, one who loves nobody else but you. I'm saying I want a girl just like the girl that married dear old Dan.
Okay, fellas, thank you very much. We appreciate your... no, you can stop playing that. We appreciate your doing this. No, you don't. Oh, a little end of it? Okay, you tag it up. Okay. Dennis, you're very nice on the piano there. Do a good job. Oh, Mort, that's nice. Okay, now a big finish, fellas, and then that'll be it, right? Thank you very much. Dennis Boubaz and Mort Paradise.
No, just like the girl that married dear old Dan. She was a pearl and the only girl that Daddy ever had. A good old-fashioned girl with heart so true, one who loves nobody else but you. I'm saying I want a girl just like the girl that married dear old Dan.
Dennis Boubaz and Mort Paradise, you do nice work, fellas. We gave up Hector Q. Peabody for that. Well, that's it for today. The old clock up on the studio wall says it's time to go for now. We'll be back again next Saturday afternoon from 1 to 5 with more nostalgic sounds as we begin our National Radio Month look at the sounds of radio during World War II. Our thanks to all the people who have made this program possible. Our very special thanks to Northwest Federal Savings, who have become our benefactor, our sponsor, and our very good friends from the very first show 7 years ago. You know, other folks like Nelson Hirschberg Ford and Eden's Plaza Shopping Center, Paterno Foremost Liquors, too. Our very special thanks to you out there in Radio Land for making all of this worthwhile. This is Chuck Shaden speaking. Have a nice weekend. Maybe you can join us in the Memory Club tonight for our movie, This is the Army. Thanks for listening.
You're listening to WNIB in Chicago at 97 FM. The time is 5 o'clock. Well, actually, about 5 seconds now before 5:01. And did I say you're listening to WNIB Chicago? Yes, I did. This is Fred Heft speaking, inviting you to stay tuned now for Zephyr. Zephyr is a 2-hour program of shorter, mostly lighter classical music, heard every day of the week on WNIB starting at 5. Today, in the first hour of the program, we have the conclusion of our chronological survey of the Mozart Piano Concerti. Also, in the first hour, we'll have music of Johann Sebastian Bach. In the second hour, we'll have a mixture of things by Schubert, Weber, Giuliani, Vieuxtemps, and Fauré. We have been playing the Mozart Piano Concerti through most of April, a series in which they've been played in chronological sequence. And today being the end of the month, we have the last of the Mozart Piano Concerti, and probably the greatest, the Concerto number 27 in B-flat major, Köchel 595. Here it is, played by pianist Emil Gilels and the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra, conducted by Karl Böhm. The Piano Concerto Number 27 in B-flat major, Köchel 595, the music of Mozart. Emil Gilels was the piano soloist, and Karl Böhm conducted the Vienna Philharmonic. You're listening to Zephyr, coming to you from WNIB in Chicago at 97 FM. The time now is 20 seconds before 5:35. Would you like to help keep classical music alive on WNIB? Subscribe to the WNIB Program Guide. Your $10 subscription will represent a significant contribution in WNIB's continuing effort to provide Chicago with the best in classical music programming with a minimum of commercial announcements. Income from Program Guide subscriptions allows WNIB to broadcast classical music 7 days a week. And because WNIB's budget is very small, each new subscription to the Program Guide means a lot. To order a subscription to the guide, call us now at 337-5252 and leave your name and address. We'll send you the May issue free, start your subscription in June, and bill you later for $10. Our number again is 337-5252. The balance of this first hour of Zephyr this evening is devoted to music of Johann Sebastian Bach, and we begin with a Sinfonia of Bach's from his cantata BWV 49. The Concertus Musicus of Vienna plays it, conducted by Nicholas Harnoncourt.